call the meeting to order at, oh, no, mine's frozen. Okay, no, we're good. 10:08. And I'll start with our land acknowledgement. Peace River School Division would like to acknowledge and offer respects to the land on which we work and live on. We are located within the Treaty 8 territory, the traditional home of the ancestral First People, the Cree, the Beaver, and Dene, as well as the Métis. We are grateful to the knowledge keepers and elders, both past and present, and pay respects to them and their land. Okay, I'm going to go through the consent agenda. Let me know if you need anything pulled. So under 2.1, we have 2.11, the minutes from the regular meeting on June 19th. 2.2 is substantive motions. 2.3 is our financial report to July. I want that one pulled for. Okay. So 2.3.1. Okay. We didn't have any standing committee reports or anything over the summer, or trustee reports. Trustee work plan is 2.6. 2.7, we have 2.7.1 is our superintendent report, and 2.7.2 is our secretary treasurer's report. Correspondence, we have 2.8.1 is the letter to the minister about the Dixonville school closure. 2.8.2 is the letter from the County of Northern Lights about the subdivision in Dixonville. 2.8.3 is the letter from Minister of Education and Childcare about the mining and transportation concerns. 2.8.4 is the letter from Holy Family about St. Thomas More. Okay, so 2.8.4. 2.8.5 is the letter from the Chamber of Commerce.
I'll pull that one.
Okay. 2.8.5. Okay. And if there is nothing else, if I can get a motion to approve the consent agenda with 2.3.1, 2.8.4, and 2.8.5 removed. David, all in favor? We are 7. Okay. I saw Lacey's hand. All righty. Our regular agenda here. Under 4, we have 4.1. We'll get our report on business carried out over the summer. 4.2, we'll have a conversation about our Families Matter Week in February. 4.3 is our Dixonville school, declaring the property surplus. 4.4 will be the QP bus driver collective agreement ratification. Under 5, we'll have a conversation about 5.1, sorry, is the conversation about Fairview configuration. Standing committee agenda, so we'll be looking for agenda items for ASBA Zone 1 meeting in September. 5.3 is a Red Earth Creek school update. We do not have any departmental presentations or delegations. We do have a few things in camera that we'll discuss right after lunch. Policy and development, we will have to have a conversation about the library policy, and then we have some draft policy 2 and policy 3 to look over. Standing committees, we have ASBA, the Edwin Parr and Friends of Education, PSBAA. We did have one in attendance at the last PSBC meeting, and if there's anything for Rural Caucus. 6.4, our trustee calendar, and we will be talking about the grand opening of Manning Aurora Composite. Is there anything to be added or removed from the agenda? And if not, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Marie, all in favor? We are 7. Perfect. Alrighty. So 4.1. Oh, okay, Jeff first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you get to your business today, I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce to you the newest member of our administrative team. So Cheryl Gascoigne is now on board. She started on August 1st, and we're very happy to have her on board. And she's making an impact already, so we're excited about that. And we're going to build the organization for the future. So we thought it would be a good opportunity for you all to meet her in person, even though you read around the hiring and for her to have an initial opportunity to meet all of you. So,
Good morning, everyone.
maybe
I was gonna say, do we want to do an around the table so you'll know your team, but we'll start here with Edith if you want to.
I'm Marie Bick. I'm a trustee for Ward 1, and I serve Nampa, Red Earth, and Lower West Peace.
Hi, I'm Lori Leach. I'm serve the Grimshaw Berwyn area, rural Fairview. Born and raised in Peace River. It's my second term.
And I'm Crystal Owens, and I'm trustee for Ward 2. This is coming to the end of my second term as well. So.
Maurice Dion, Ward 4, covered Peace River and part of Grimshaw, first term.
Hi, I'm David Rushton, and I'm trustee for Ward 6, which is Fairview and Rural Fairview, and I've been kicking around the division here for 15 or so years, but I've only been on the board now.
Perfect. And Lacey?
Hi, I'm Lacey Baczynski, trustee for Ward 3, which is Manning and Dixonville. I can't hear Jeff's side of the table very well, but
I know, and I don't know how we're gonna be able to fix that.
and maybe, I'm sure that, Cheryl, you could just probably position yourself, so at least you, I don't think you can even see.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, stand
Yeah, there
beside.
you go, just do a wave so we can, there we go.
Perfect, thanks.
one meeting I missed. How annoying am I?
Can you hear?
What if we put it in the middle? Yeah.
Okay, just give us
Yeah.
a second, we're gonna move
Because
stuff around.
I can hear Lori and Crystal like
Yeah, because the mic's
Because
right in
I'm
front of
right
us.
here.
Cheryl, we're going to excuse Cheryl now.
Okay,
We'll get back to her work, but we just have to wait up.
No, for sure. Thanks so much for stopping.
Yeah, take care.
I can't wait till someone watches that recording, Lori.
We'll say Lori has it.
Oh.
Over there, see?
Is it louder now? How about this?
That's pretty good.
You can still hear us over here?
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
thank
All
you.
right.
Sorry to be a pain.
Yeah, Jesus.
Blame my 13-year-old.
All right. Okay, so now we will get started on 4.1. With the business carried out over summer.
Thank you. I attached a briefing memo to the agenda, our meeting in June. The board gave administration approval to carry out business over the summer. This briefing memo is required to bring any work that was done over the summer in excess of the $150,000 per board policy. We did not enter into any new contracts, any projects, any purchases that were in excess of that amount, just ongoing items that have already been approved by the board. So there's nothing new to report. I just ask that the board receive this report for information.
So if someone wants to make a motion, David, that we receive this for information, all in favor? There's 7, perfect. Thank you. 4.2, Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As many of you know, in the past, there used to be a Families Matter Day. And with feedback from school administrators about that, a few years ago, the board decided to extend that event to make it Family Matters Week. It allowed flexibility for schools to identify one day during the week or multiple days during the week, depending on how they want to celebrate family contributions to schools. And so now, basically, this item is here to ask the board to consider perhaps identifying another the week again this coming year, and the proposed date would be February 17th and 20th. And then if that's something the board wishes to follow through on, then we can communicate that to schools through our school administrators meeting next Thursday.
Is there any?
Just wondering, Family Day must be the 16th, is it? Yeah.
Yes, as I say, this is the Tuesday. So then, you want a motion there, or?
Just one question. Is there any budgetary implication of celebrating this event? Do we have any gain or?
Each of the schools takes this on individually, so every school does this a little bit differently, and they have that as part of their annual school budget. So there's not a big initiative that is sponsored from central operations, the schools.
There is, we do provide cards to every student, so I create and print cards, and it's typically one card per student. We give a few extras for the students who have split families who might need two, so they can honor both halves of their family. And so then that would be the only other.
Yeah, that's part of the communications budget that we do every year. But again, schools determine how they're doing this, and they use their allotment to manage the celebrations that they're having.
I've heard a couple of feedback from the community about teachers sometimes complaining about them being loaded with tasks, extracurricular tasks. Will there be any extracurricular activity from this day celebration? I mean, are the teachers going to be involved to do something beyond the day-to-day task of teaching?
Madam Chair, yes, typically, this can be something extremely simple for example, inviting parents in during the week to come in. There might be an assembly where our kids are gathered and parents are invited in, and part of that is to send messages of just how happy and blessed that the school is with regard to the support that they give, that they receive from the parents. Sometimes there's an evening where there might be an activity planned. There might be a focus on literacy and numeracy and some games that would be outside the school day for sure, and a wide range of other activities. So we don't prescribe what those activities would be. We just simply, through this motion here, would be identifying the week that we would say, hey, this is the week where there's an all-out celebration of parents, because and the messaging is around the parental involvement in their children's education is really critically important, and some of those parents then also volunteer in the schools. So we don't prescribe it. There's a whole wide range of activities that schools do. Alina, maybe you can add a couple of other things based on your experience over the years as well.
Yeah, they do. Sometimes parent-teacher interviews are that week. Sometimes they host barbecues, or sometimes they host events that kids lead. In the day, they'll have, quite often they do coffee and muffin events. So it really just depends. It's very different usually for high school than it is for our elementary kiddos. I think they all participate in the cards because that's simple. They can do that easily, and the kids deliver those cards to their moms and dads. So yeah, it is a wide variety of.
I usually collect what each school is doing every year, and it really is based on their capacity, right? So some schools definitely just receive the cards, hand them out to the students fill them out either on their own time or on lunch or whatever, and then the students bring them home. And that might be all they do because that's all the capacity they have to do, and that's okay. There's others that do, like Manning usually does a chili lunch where they invite parents to come in. Springfield does their literacy night annually, so they tie in something they're already planning into their Family Matters Week to help celebrate. So that's often.
TA invites parents. They have the one day where students can invite their parents in to come sit and have lunch with them. So it's not taking away from class time or anything like that. It's just because lots of times you have to kind of juggle around if you're showing up to the school. This is just an open invitation that you come and sit and have lunch with your kids. So yeah, they
It's
all
a
do it so
relationship. It's a relationship building event, and it's about parents and teachers being able to connect with parents as well. So.
And lastly, just to questions, do we have a way to put the teachers' viewpoint on that day? What do they say? Frontline of the teacher themselves.
Madam Chair, we've never done that. Our conversations have been through school administrators. School administrators generally embrace this initiative. As I said, this is year 9 for me now, and it was a long-standing practice. I'm going here for probably 3 decades at least. And so it's deemed to be an inherent part of being a part of the Peace River team. And the only thing that's changed in my time here is shifting it from the one identified day or 2 days to having it throughout the week. And maybe that was what was going on in some schools anyway. Some schools might have just didn't use 1 day, and others were using the full week. I remember a conversation that principal got for to say, hey, we'd like to have a little bit of flexibility in when we do it. Because sometimes if you identify the 1 day, as we all know, that just so happens to be the very day of the week that something else special going on in the school. So giving it the full week or 4 days in this instance gives that latitude. So we've not heard anything negative from teachers on this, because I do believe that when it's, depending on the capacity that the school has, when it's done and done as intended, it really, teachers see that it's, even if it is in the evening, they see the value that they get from it through getting to see the parents in a different way.
Any other questions? Okay. Somebody wants to put a motion that we declare February 17th and 20th as Family Matters Week. Okay, Edith, all in favor? You're 6. Awesome. Okay. 7, sorry, Lizzie.
You should be sorry.
Okay. So 4.3 is the Dixonville School surplus.
Next steps in the planning for the closure of Dixonville School is the board to make a decision on what we're going to do with the school and the property, so that we can decide if we're declaring the land and the buildings surplus. We have to move forward with the Real Property Governance Act. There has been a meeting with trustees and representatives of the Charter School Society. Would either of the trustees who were at that meeting like to share a little bit about what happened at that meeting, or I can talk about it if you want.
I think just overall, because we did have the policy committee was meeting that week or that day too. So we kind of had debriefed with them, but for everyone else, so it was at the charter school and the library association. I think overall it was a great meeting. Just kind of sharing information back and forth, and they see where we're at, and we kind of have a better understanding of where they're at, and to just keep us in the loop. And I think we kind of at the end of that figured out that they don't want us to have this ownership of the school, and we don't want to have the ownership of the school. I think that's a better relationship for all of us. Just from some other charters they've talked to and from what we know. And yeah, I think cleared some things up at the library. And yeah, overall, I think it was good.
And I agree with that as well. There's still so many unknowns. We don't fully, we kind of get told what our process will be step by step, and they're in the same process. So the Charter School Society is definitely interested in the building and operating out of there, but they have some things that they need to get in line before they would know if they could be notified that it can go to them. But also the society can't own the building itself, it's supposed to lease from somebody else, so there needs to be a third party in there somewhere. So basically what we learned is it's really complicated, and neither one of us really knows a straight answer at this moment. So the decision to move forward to put the property up for availability was mutually agreed upon, just as us being good neighbors and them trying to get their feet on the ground. So, I mean, that's my recommendation from the meeting, is that we proceed so that it's known that this property is available for whoever can access it, so that it can get turned over as expeditiously as possible. their timeline basically is they put their application in this fall for a 2026 startup. That's all they know right now. So they were still working on their package to be submitted this fall, which must be coming up soon.
So next steps would be to declare the Dixonville property, the Dixonville school surplus to Peace River School Division. In that statement of intent, we could include that the Dixonville Charter School Society has started, they have an application in and they are interested in that building. I talked to capital planning, our contacts there. They gave me the same advice. They said that, you know, the intent, this all happens first through infrastructure, but we should also copy the Minister of Education and Childcare so that everybody is aware of the process. There was a letter from the County of Northern Lights in the consent agenda changing their mind on the subdivision of the property where the teacherage is located. So way back last November, we started talking about the teacherage in Dixonville. We did do all the work, the survey work, applied for a subdivision to move the teacherage and land off of the property for the school. And that happened before any conversations even started about the school closure. They did approve it. They didn't notify us that they approved it, but then they met again and they rescinded it. So they changed their mind. What that means now is that the property is all one parcel. All of the land that we own and the school that the property is on, the teacherage, are all part and parcel of the land that we are going to, if this is the decision of the board, that we would declare surplus. Infrastructure would take that parcel of land. There's a lot of information we send in with this announcement, and then they see who wants that land. But now it's all together, and whoever takes it on will have the whole parcel of land, which is probably better for Peace River School Division because it will all be moved at one time. Maybe not as good for the Charter School Society. I did have a conversation with one of the counselors before that particular meeting, just explaining the situation. So, you know, that decision was made, it stands, that's fine. If the board decides to go that route, like I said, we'll include all of the land, all of the property in one parcel that we declare surplus to.
One more thing is the skating rink that's out there. Can you explain the situation?
We have a joint use agreement with the Ag Life Society in Dixonville, thank you. And I did have a conversation with the chair, Mr. Darren Custer, about that. That joint use agreement expires August 31st, 2025. No planning, coincidental. But the other thing that we can identify in our declaration is that outdoor arena is part of a joint use agreement that's expiring, but is very important to the community of Dixonville and to the Ag Life Society. And just letting you know that it would be our wish if they could keep that outdoor rink there. That would be the wishes that the Board of Trustees would like, if that's what we want to see.
Okay, I'm gonna go to speaker list on this one. Speakers list 3, so
So how does it work, like if we sell the building, does the school division get the money, or is it like, how, maybe we talked about it before.
Yeah, we did. It's a little bit blurred right now on the process for the charter schools and for the school division. In essence, the transaction would happen at the net book value of all of that property. And we're just working to finalize numbers because we're in the middle of the year right now. So when we get the documents together for the government declaring the land surplus, we have to give all of those details, the original cost, the amortization, the net book value, the lots that are included, all of that information. And any transaction is supposed to happen at net book value. And That's my expectation, which would mean if it's going to a charter school, we should get that money. But working through this has been a challenge, as we've seen so far, so.
And then the other question I had, I think we received a letter previously with them asking for the furniture and equipment in the building.
Yeah. At the meeting that we had with the members of the society and the two trustees that were at that meeting, our position was that if there's assets in that building that we need for our students, we're going to distribute those to our students. We're moving all of the students to Grimshaw Public Schools, so it makes sense that any supporting materials and furniture, equipment, whatever it is, go to Grimshaw, and if there's other schools that need it, that's what we're gonna do first, and anything that we don't need, we would leave for them. They were very understanding of that. They said that makes total sense. So we've been having those conversations, and we're working through moving things that are going somewhere else and letting the society know what could stay in the school that we don't need.
You were talking about the outdoor arena, so the MOU is with who?
The Life Ag Society.
Life Ag Society, okay. And so does both the school division and the Ag Society have money invested in that?
Yeah, and not so much from the division. That arena actually sits on 3 different plots of land. Not all of them belong to the school. So it's kind of a community, but there's not a lot of money that's tied up in that from the school division perspective.
So what do we do with that? We just kind of sign off of, they just take over?
It's gonna be up to infrastructure when they decide what's gonna happen to the property.
That's it? Yeah. David?
Oh, I have nothing, thank you.
Lacey?
I'm good.
I don't think I have anything else to add. You answered my questions. Subdivision. It's a little bit tricky, right, because teachers just are using the differently than schools, government, but in the end, I think that it's gonna work out just fine.
Yeah. I think it will. There is a clause for exempt property to the act. And that's how, when we first applied to declare the teacherage and the subdivision land, but they came back at us and said, no, that doesn't qualify, so we really don't know. I think it's actually, the way that it did work out, I think it's cleaner that it's one parcel and we're not worried about several different parcels of property that we have to work through. So I think this is better for the division.
I agree, and then also the skating rink, because it's kind of, I think for the community, it's a good thing, so we'll see how it goes.
So I guess the only other things I was curious about was that, so, because I'm still not fully understanding the whole real property. So if it goes there and if the government chooses to say, no, yeah, we're gonna sell it or whatever, so then we put it up for sale, what happens if we do more than one person that wants to buy it? Like, how does that go through? Because I'm just wondering, like, how, like, is the charter society prepared that they might not get that piece? So that's the other thing I'm just curious about too, that if it goes to like the highest bidder kind of thing or whatever, and somebody else, because it is a big chunk of land now, like if somebody wants to buy it and then come in there and rip everything out, like if they buy it, that's their prerogative, right? They can do that. So is the charter school aware that, like, it's like, how does that work? Like,
It's going to be out of our hands, quite frankly. It's out of our hands, and when infrastructure will do an assessment of the property, and they will reach out to all of the organizations that have an interest in that property, and I think the actual transaction will be between infrastructure and Peace River School Division, and whoever buys it, that's outside of our realm. That's not part of what we're going to be doing. and it's gonna be one package. I doubt that they could come back and say, okay, now do that subdivision again, and you guys can deal with that. We're gonna, in our submission, I would assume that you would want, all in. This is what we own, these are all of the lots, here's the maps, here's the dimensions of each of these lots that are all part and parcel of the property owned by Patient Trust.
If I could just add to that, I do believe that the society was well aware of that, they fully understood. That we basically declared surplus and now it's covered infrastructure and this decision. The only thing that we can do is mention them in our statement, what do you call it, statement of intent, because they're the only ones who have come to us that we know about. But we did say there could be other people who have also submitted an interest that didn't bring it to us. So they knew that.
So these, this charter, are they nonprofit? Is that what they are? So they all are in Alberta then?
Yeah, they're societies, yeah. That's why they can't own the property. So ultimately, that's what they would hope for, is that it goes up for surplus, goes up for sale, and whoever their partner is gonna be is gonna buy it, and then they would lease it from them, right? Like, that's their perfect scenario, right?
But having said that, the funding that goes to the charter school would come out of Peace River School Division's funding, right? For the students, if they took our students. So I'm not too concerned whether the charter school gets it or not, to be honest with you.
Okay, so then the motion we're looking for is that we are going to declare it surplus and then Brett's will do everything on your end. Alright. So I'll make that. Alrighty. David makes a motion that we are declaring Dixonville School and property surplus to the division. All in favor? There's it. Alright. That's all you need on that one?
Yes, thank you.
So 4.4 was our QP, the bus driver collective agreement. So this one, because we did did we go over the support staff one already?
Yes.
We did? Okay. Okay, so then, yeah, then we had a couple things that we had to go through with the bus drivers. So some of the changes of the term, that's just because everything was past term. They added some discrimination and harassment language into the body of the agreement. So we settled on that. They changed the temporary employees. So temporary staff will be eligible for benefits when they work 3 months or longer. So that was something that was added in there because we didn't have for temporary before. The holiday hours were added. So Truth and Reconciliation Day in reference to what our policy is. Because yeah, we took out blaming all of the other days because I think that that's what they were kind of proposing. So we were able to just add in the Truth and Reconciliation. I'm not exactly sure what changed with the bereavement leave. What was that one?
A lot of what we're doing is we're adding the information in the collective agreement, not the language, but where they can find the information in the administrative procedures. They're asking for links and we'll do the best we can, but if there's changes to a link, it's difficult to constantly update that. That's a conversation that we'll have with the union as we go through the term of this collective agreement. And the intent is through training, regular safety training and other training that all employees do, that they become more aware of the administrative procedures and where to go to find the information. I think the biggest challenge, and from the management side of the collective agreement, we definitely shared that probably 75% of the employees don't read their collective agreement. And now that we're done negotiations, we can also go back to labor management meetings, which will also help so that we can keep the executive up to date on where things are, and they can share that with their membership.
The sick leave was moved from 4 days to 10 days for sort of for family illness. Sick leave provisions.
Yeah, and now those weren't additional days, sorry,
Yes,
I just anticipated a question. Those are not additional days. It allows employees to use up to 10 days of the sick days they have earned as family medical days, and that's consistent with other places in the organization.
Benefits, like the employee benefits, with like equipment and stuff like that. So they used to get the $600 for their health and wellness spending, and it's now $750. And then I think the rest of their benefits stayed the same this time, right? And then, sorry, the equipment part on this side was changed from 300 to 500 for the supply and the cleaning. Oh yeah, we just changed some language with the cleaning of coveralls and whatnot. But then changed the annual safety equipment allowance from 3 to 5. The grid, their pay. So one of the big things that we had a lot of conversation about was when there was no certified teacher for a colony school for greater than 5 hours in a school day, the EA will be paid $20 in additional to their regular wages. So that
Are we talking about bus drivers?
Oh, that was for, okay, so that one we already did.
Sorry, I gave you the wrong copy, so.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
Everything was
this isn't sounding right at all. but-
Most of it is exactly the same. The intent is to keep the two collective agreement language the same. When we were talking about the temporary positions, a temporary position occurs when there's a long-term leave, over that 3 months, and somebody takes that position on temporarily because then they are eligible for benefits. That happened now for support staff. We've been doing that with the bus drivers for a while. And it is in the collective agreement. When we get to the wages for the bus drivers, because with support staff, it was 3% a year for 4 years, or $1.25, whichever was higher. So depending where you were on a grid, you either got 3% or you got $1.25 increase. The same amounts apply to the bus drivers, but it's different because there's an increase in kilometerage some years, or there's an increase in the daily rate because bus drivers are not paid hourly. So that was the biggest challenge in the bus driver contract, because they don't get paid hourly, and it was harder to identify where that money was going to go. So we did increase the daily rate, the minimum daily rate, and the kilometerages in different parts in different years. The essence of the increases is it is equal to 3% or $1.25 an hour, the same as the support staff. So the money going in based on the employees in the bus drivers is the same amount. And that's really the biggest part in the last year of the collective agreement. So 27-28, part of the extra that we're giving is that we will pay the bus drivers benefits over the summer.
That would be
Can they, yeah, sorry. So are they still let go and eligible for employment insurance?
Yes. And that's the same as, that came into effect earlier for the support staff. So we had already been doing that for the support staff, and now that's what we're doing for the bus drivers. They're on 2 different benefit plans. The intent when we started negotiations was to bring the bus drivers up to the same level of benefits as the support staff was getting, but that meant there was less money on their paycheck, so they didn't go for that. So the next round, that'll be something that they're looking
So now between the two of them, they're almost as even as we can get them now, hey? Other than like the benefits that we know is gonna come, and a few other little things, but like their sick leaves and all that kind of stuff is pretty much on par now with each other, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can, if there's any other questions, we can go around the table. David?
No, I just, it's a comment more than a question. I think the support staff did a really great job. They negotiated really well and came away from the table with a deal probably better than what we thought we were going to offer in the beginning. The bus drivers, I think, lost out because of the people that were negotiating for them. We made a couple of really great offers that would have helped them with their benefits and paying their benefits and bringing them up to equal, but they decided to, we kept coming back to the same thing we kept offering, which was really great offers, and they wanted that money differently. And so the people that were at the table negotiating for them, that's what they went for. And it's too bad, really, but that's it, thanks.
Yeah, so, well, I'm just catching up here with that negotiation. So the question I have is, what is the general sense of the bus drivers with this new collective agreement? Is it that they are satisfied with that, or do they see still issues that we need to work on?
No, I would say that they're satisfied, because that was just it, like David was saying, we were kind of trying to do the benefits and stuff like that, they didn't want that, so we went back to the table, we reworked it into wages, or like their daily rates and stuff like that, and that's what they were happy with, so. So no, I would say that they're satisfied with their agreement.
But Mike, just one of the other things that came up during negotiations is that High Prairie School Division just recently negotiated, and they are paying their bus drivers all the way from the time they start the bus in the morning and all that. And our bus drivers felt that they were being left outside, but when you sit down and explain to them what they're getting paid, they're getting it paid as well or better than the rest of the school divisions around our area. So I think, I don't know in the ratification what the percentage of the vote was, but it would have been pretty high to accept the agreement. So I think the bus drivers, if that's a question with this new collective agreement, I think with the collective agreement that we have with what they got.
Yes, the union got back to me in June. They did ratify the agreement in June after our meetings in May, but it was after the board meeting in June. That's why this was not brought till now. And the only information, Madam Chair, that I received is that they ratified the collective agreement. I don't know if that means 10 bus drivers showed up to vote or 50 bus drivers showed up to vote, but there was, a majority to accept the agreement.
That's fine.
No, I don't have anything else. I just want to comment, sorry. I think it's really nice that we're to that point of where the two collective agreements are more similar, because that was the goal of the last round, so it's nice to hear that we're kind of out there.
Right? No, I don't think. Like you said, David, it's too bad. Didn't maybe have a little bit better negotiators, but I guess they're okay with what they got. So. Lacey?
I was just going to say on Rhonda's comment about us not approving it till this meeting, we had offered to do a special meeting so that we could ratify it, but they said they didn't want that for their whatever reasons. So it's not like we were dragging our feet. We offered to do it. So.
Yeah, we offered to do it, and the intent was that we ratify it earlier if they did ratify the vote, so that we could get them their retro pay earlier. Just being conscious of that would benefit the bus drivers, and they got back to us very quickly. Don't pay us till the end of August because we want to collect the I.
Oh, okay, yeah. I knew there was a reason, I couldn't remember what it was, but that was it.
So it was really a request from them not to ratify and give that retro pay until now, so we're doing that.
you're good, Lacey? Okay, yeah, no, and I guess that would be, like, this time was definitely a little bit different with what was it, the extra union reps that we had at the table, so, but no, I think it.
And the mediator.
Nah. Yeah, that poor man. But no, I think it went as good as it probably could have. I can imagine that scenario probably didn't go over the best in other places, but the mediator actually made quite a few comments about how well we got along with our employees. And he had said a few times that he goes, you don't see this in very many places, that there's this much respect at the table. So that was definitely nice to hear, and good for us that we know that we hear our thoughts, right? So that was nice to have that third party kind of recognizing that. So I guess now we just need the motion to ratify on our side, right? Okay. So now let's make that motion. Okay, Lacey's got her hand up. All in favor? We are 7. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Okay, so 5.1 is our Fairview School configuration compensation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just quickly start this conversation and then turn it over to trustees for further discussion. So this is not obviously not a surprise agenda item, and it also is related to another item that was pulled, a letter 2884, totally tied together here. So basically, this was more of a placeholder piece for me to put on the table and say, hey, we do have a piece of work now to be done in Fairview in the wake of the spring meeting that involved the Premier and MLA and members of both boards in Fairview. Rhonda and I could not make it because we were involved in interviews actually for the position of assistant superintendent. We got late notice while we were looking for one of us to be there to have supported the trustees in the event that you needed support. We knew that you had it well in hand anyway. So bottom line is, it seems that a number of things are unfolding here. It also seems that in all likelihood, we are moving forward to build our own school. And hopefully with substantial partnership from the community to have substantial added infrastructure so that it becomes the hub of the community. And in that, capitalizing on collegiate school concepts, whether or not that's attached to or affiliated with the college campus in Fairview is a conversation piece. Northwestern Polytechnic is certainly still very much in favor, or open to, I should say, partnering with us if that unfolds in a way that meets the needs of both groups. And in that, I suppose, what is a reality is that the partnership with Northwestern Polytechnic can occur regardless of where the school is built, assuming that's built in Fairview. Obviously, if it's built on the campus, that adds some value to accessibility in some ways, but it also has some negative connotations attached with it. Because the other thing I think that came out, Madam Chair, of your discussion in Fairview was that in all reality, government is going to work to build a K-12 school for Peace River School Division versus a K-6 7-12, although I don't know that for sure. That's a part of the piece here. So the purpose of this agenda item is to say, hey, there's a real important need for a conversation now that's time sensitive, because I understand that people need to know by the end of September at the very latest. So then part of this conversation is around what is the process we're going to initiate. So some early thoughts that we've had, and I think there were conversations either in a previous board meeting or some other sidebar conversations, would be that given how things have transpired, there might be, it would be important to identify some dates whereby we could go and have conversations, probably a 2-layered conversation at least, where we're meeting with staff initially, and then the public that we serve secondly, and that could all be done on the one day, for example, whereby there's an after-school meeting for all staff of both the K-6 and the 7-12 school. where they all come together and the opportunity is to be part of the conversation and everybody hears the same conversation, subsequent to which there could be a parent meeting, or alternatively, if the board feels it's better, 2 separate meetings, a 7 to 12 meeting with staff and then parents, and a K to 6 meeting with staff and parents. And not to weigh into this now, but the letter, when you read it, and you read it more than once and twice, there's 2 different interpretations on that letter. I had one totally different interpretation. We had opposite interpretations, but a later meeting has revealed exactly what the interpretation should be. I'll leave that conversation when we get to that letter, but basically, the conversation now is around looking at putting a plan in place to do the consultation in Fairview, to get positioned to send back to the officials what the thinking is.
All right, we're gonna go around, yes, because it's 5, so we'll start with what's.
No, I have nothing really to comment on anything happening in Fairview. You guys are doing a great job at leading that watch.
Well, and we can go around if anything comes up after somebody else comments again, so. Right,
So from what I'm understanding, we're looking now at maybe a K to 12, one school.
That's one possibility, for sure, Madam Chair, or trustee, yes.
And that would be located, not likely located at the college, it would likely be located somewhere else. Is that style of school or whatever that?
well, we would probably look at the land that we have, like where LHS is, the track and all that, but like that's all part of the conversation, right? So. Yeah, no, yeah, there's a few things that once everybody talks, that kind of came up from that other meeting and stuff, so.
Yeah, because there's been different scenarios that have come forth over the last year here, and it's gotten so confusing anymore. I don't know where in the world
Fair
we
enough.
stand or what the people even want out there.
Yeah, no, fair enough, absolutely.
Okay,
You're good for now then?
Yeah.
Okay, Lori.
No, I think Marie has a really valid point. I think we now need to go back to the drawing board, establish what viable options there are, and then get feedback on those options from all our stakeholders, our staff, our parents, our students, and community. That way, we would have a better idea of making the best decision for the community. And I believe we're in a way better position than we were when we first started this conversation, because we now have more interest from the town, which is huge. We have interest from the college, which I think is huge, but not in any defining roles. Like if they're willing to explore some ideas, no matter the location of the school or how that looks. I think they're just open, and I think that would sit better with the community. Yeah, so I'm anxious to get some conversations going, of course, because it was made very clear when the premier was in Fairview with us that, hurry up, get on this. I don't want to hear from you until you've got a decision made, right? But you better get that going soon, because of course, from their side, if they're going to be in Fairview doing a project, it makes sense to kind of get those, more on par, whether, and the interpretation of that letter does come into effect, I think, in this conversation as well, as far as that Holy Family is quite clear that they don't want to impede their timeline because they're ahead of us, which I think is reasonable, and I believe that's what their parents are saying as well. And but as far as not working, it doesn't mean they don't want to work together. So like if there's something that comes up, they're always great neighbors for us, right? So yeah, no, I'm excited about this. I think it's more of, I think we need to continue this conversation in a way of how do we go about what we need to do, narrowing down some options, and then getting feedback from the community in a value scoping sort of way.
No, I just kind of reiterate what Lori said with maybe a little bit of an addition. I think we're in a way better position now than we were a couple of months ago, because now we know that Holy Family does not want to partner with us in it, which is now that decision's been made. And I think it's a good decision on our part. I think that taking this on alone is going to be great. And we know for sure that the town of Fairview has some long-term plans, probably 10-year plans, and they do want to partner with the Peace River School Division. So I agree that, you know, we need to get the value scoping and the community sessions and everything out of the way, because we did commit to the premier that we would have her an answer by the 30th of September. Which is not-
September 1st.
She wanted to know if we would be ready by September 1st, because Holy Family was. And Krista said, no, there's no chance. But we could commit to the 30th, which I think is doable. I don't know if you've done too much on the value scoping and.
No, I think the best next steps would be to have those meetings, and probably a meeting together with everybody might be really good, because no matter what we say to people, they come away from a meeting like that with 3 different scenarios that they're positive is what we said. So at least if it's all together, maybe there'll only be 3 and not 6. And I'm not trying to be facetious, but the other part of it is, in that meeting, we also probably would be beneficial to say that this is the situation, this is the landscape with infrastructure, because truthfully, if they're building a new St. Thomas More school, K-12, they're not gonna build us 2 new schools. And we have to be, I think we need to be very upfront that infrastructure is not gonna build 3 schools in the town of Fairview. It just won't happen. Does that mean modernizations are a better opportunity? There's challenges there. There's other divisions that are really struggling to go through that as well, especially because of the new act with regards to school buildings. Any new school buildings now are owned by infrastructure and leased to school divisions. So there's a lot going on in the background. And I think the more information we can give at those stakeholder meetings, the better off everybody's going to be, because everybody will understand the constraints that you're working under and what their options really are. And the faster we move then forward with a value scoping, that will help us. But in a value scoping session, the other thing that we have to be very clear about is it's not productive to have a value scoping session with 100 people. The number of people in the actual value scoping session will be small, and that stakeholder meeting is where we're going to get the information out, we're going to have the discussion, and we're going to bring those wants to that value scoping. So I have not put out a tender for value scoping because I need a timeline. If we're going to do this and we have a meeting in September and we say, okay, the stakeholders want, just throwing this out there, the stakeholders want a K-12 school, they want it on Fairview High land, that can go to the premier. This is what we want. We have our value scoping and we get the details and do the pre-planning work from there.
So Madam Chair, if I could just pick up on that. So that's really an important timeline piece. So there's the decision to the premier as to what the desire is. And the details around that can work out later. So the first piece then simply, it's not simple, but it requires a stakeholder meeting whereby we have the conversation, we hear from people. The reality is, it is not going to be, there are not going to be two schools. So it's going to be a K-12 school. And by virtue of it being a K-12 school, that you'll hear from the community, but that almost precludes it from being on the campus. Because no parents won't want kindergarten to grade 6 students on a campus, I don't think, although we'll hear. So now then, is it really at the Fairview High land site? And you can still have a really good, solid, wholesome partnership with Northwestern Polytechnic to use their facilities. It would require bus transportation, but it wouldn't require students crossing the highway lunchtime and all that stuff that is a worry area. So I also agree with the one meeting, an after-school meeting for all those staff who want to show up. We hear from them, and then we follow that up with a parent meeting, subsequent to which I think the board would have enough information to put forward a plan. Here's what we heard. We could always vet it back through key stakeholders to reconfirm that's what it is in time to get it to the minister. So one of the things, Madam Chair, coming out of this meeting today, or this conversation today, will be looking at calendars and trying to find possible dates when these meetings can occur, because as you know, September is an extremely busy month, and looking at calendars, there aren't really a lot of dates available right now. So we have to, it would be very, very strategic and helpful potentially identified meeting dates where the consultation would occur with the key stakeholders.
I just want to get to,
Yeah.
are you done? Because I was gonna say, Lacey hasn't spoken
I was
yet.
just gonna ask.
Yeah.
Gonna finish.
Were you done? It was your turn, David, so if you have.
Was my turn? I already went.
Well, I wasn't
Yeah,
sure if you
it
were
was
done.
still your turn.
It was still your turn and everyone
Yeah,
was
no,
commenting.
I'm not done.
You're not done?
No, I just want to capitalize on what Jeff was talking about. The one good thing that came out of having a value scoping session that was way too large is that the people in Fairview are quite aware of the things that we can lose if we build a K-12 school. We don't get the big CTS lab. We don't get necessarily the big gymnasium. We don't get the number of classrooms that we have. Right now, I think if you were to poll the people in Fairview, they don't want a K-12 school at all. I mean, some of them would maybe like to have 2 new schools, but I think the majority of them are really, really happy with the 2 schools that they have if they were modernized. And then we don't lose all those spaces, right? So I'm just saying that if we have community engagement sessions, stakeholder sessions, I think it will be pleased with the feedback that we're going to get. I mean, obviously, there's going to be a few people that don't understand it, but it has to be said that the Alberta government is not going to build 3 schools in the community of Fairview. It's just not going to happen. In fact, I don't think they're going to build 2 schools. Samantha Stanky, who is Todd Lowen's right-hand man, said, you know, the government, they're really approving K-12 schools now. At that time, she was thinking Peace River School Division and Holy Family K-12 school would work really, really well in Fairview. But I think that the community may be a little bit ahead of the curve only because they were represented in October of 23 at a value scoping session. There was way too many people out. I don't know.
Lacey?
What was the deadline that we have to get back to the premier on?
End of September 30th.
Oh, okay. Never mind. So my comment doesn't make sense.
What?
No, nothing.
You thought it was the 31st?
No, I thought it was end of October, and then I thought we were getting into October, and then I'm like, well, some of us might not even be here. And anyway, I was just gonna get complicated.
If I can clarify on that deadline too, we just have to have like our wish idea for September 30th. We
Okay.
don't have details done. We just need to bring forward to them our best, like our wish list, basically. If this is what we are striving for, it doesn't mean we're gonna get it. It just means they want to know what direction we're going in.
No, I'm cool.
Really?
Yeah, so no, that was the only really comment I was gonna bring up was Samantha's comment about saying that, especially in the smaller rural areas, that if they're gonna approve new schools, they're gonna be K-12 schools. That was, but yeah, it was very clear in that meeting in Fairview that Danielle Smith just wanted to know, she goes, I need to know what your asks are. Are you asking 1 school, 2 schools, joint schools, K-12 schools, like what do you want? She's like, don't ask me for something if you don't know what you want from me. And I can't remember who it was that was sitting beside her up at the meeting there. He even said, somebody would do with the town, I think. Or sorry, no, it was Todd. That he had said, he goes, maybe this meeting was a little premature because not everybody was on the same page when we sat down there. So when she was asking someone about these questions, I'm like, I have no idea. So it was a little, but like in the end, I think it was good that we had it for sure. But yeah, I guess that's gonna be the next step, is that we definitely need to see what the community wants, because that's just it. If the community is gonna be dead set on not wanting the K-12, then we can basically keep our capital plan the way it is, right? Modernization for those 2 schools. But if that's not, like if they are gonna be maybe going towards the K-12, well, then there could be a chance of getting a different school, right? Anybody else with other comments?
I would like to suggest that we organize a meeting as soon as possible with the partners, being like our committee, it can even just be our committee, the town of Fairview, the Northwest Polytechnic, and first off, make sure we're not overstepping by making promises that aren't ours to make. so that we're all on the same page and kind of narrow down what our options are. Because I don't know that we have all the answers. We need to go back and forth with some of the town logistics and stuff. And make that list that we can present out to the public, the second meeting being more of a presentation on these are the options that we believe are viable, right? And listing through like how we got to those for information wise, like status quo, we could ask for 2 modernizations, here's the pros and the cons. 2 new schools, maybe, like whatever those options come, pros and cons. And then what we believe could be a K-12, maybe a sportsplex, whatever comes out of those, what the partners have in mind, and just present those pros and cons, and then ask for feedback. Probably not necessarily in a public sense, but like open it up to that they can write to us, however that looks. That's what I think would get us quick results, and towards something that is actually possible. It's really hard for public members to go from what they want and not understand all of the things that we know in the background of why we can't have what we want always.
Madam Chair, yeah, that's a really important point. And our conversations with the CAO of the town, coming out of that with some very clear messages. One, they're eager to now, and as Trustee Weston mentioned, there's been a shift within the town versus where we were back in that big value scoping piece. They're eager to partner. They said they want to partner with where the largest group of students gather. And so we took that to mean they're going to partner. If we come together as 2 boards, great, but if not, they're going to partner with the school division that has the most students. Interestingly, to the point around having the town back at the table, to take that apart a little bit, what does that mean if they're 2 separate schools versus a K-12 school where you actually have the group together around which they can bring in infrastructure? Are they just as eager to have infrastructure if it's going to be a modernized Fairview High School? So there's all those pieces that are important to get because I think they will illuminate pathway forward here. You know, I think the general public in most communities, when you ask, prefer K-6 and 7-12 schools, for all the reasons you know. Obviously, there are lots of K-12 schools. They're out of necessity when numbers are low, but the numbers are large enough and viable enough to have a solid K-6 school, a solid 7-12 school. Parents will acquiesce to that because K-6 is a neat and tidy. In the grade 6 is a nice transitioning students are becoming teenagers and on. But yeah, so I think that is really important. And so perhaps there might be 2 layers of meetings. Then there's that layer of meetings where you have Northwestern Polytechnic officials, town of Fairview officials, and board personnel to get overarching pieces, and the meeting with staff and stakeholders to get their views.
And with the whole board.
Yeah, the whole board, exactly. Yeah.
Everyone has to make a decision, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we can go out and get information and bring it back, but the other, like, the feedback process has to be everyone. The other thing for those of you who might not realize, a K-12 in Fairview is over 700 students. So that's a big adjustment. Our only big close school would be Grimshaw, which is 500-ish, K-12, right? So like that's where the community is going to be shocked to hear those numbers, and move towards that idea of them all being in a similar location. Now, it doesn't mean they all mix or all in, the same classrooms, but for them to wrap their head around won't be as easy as those who have seen maybe how it looks in others.
Like in Grand Prairie where my granddaughter goes, there's 800 students, right? It's K to 8. They all have different times that they go inside, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Different entries they go into, different times in the school and arrive at school. So, that all gets figured out in the wash.
It does.
Yeah.
It's just hard for them to understand. And if we look at Grimshaw and add the 2 schools together, we're looking at, you're getting a lot closer to that number. And it works, right? They use the same playground. They have the same size grad class. They have, it's still all the same students. It's just it's just a different feel.
As a parent, I would sooner send my child to the same school for K-12.
Which we hear in Peace River.
Yeah.
Might not be what we hear
Yeah,
in
as
Fairfield.
we'll say, that's the thing, is that all of our communities are so different, and we hear a lot of different things in different communities, so.
Madam Chair, just to follow up on what you just said and what Trustee Leach had talked about, I agree that we need to have a meeting, and it should be fairly soon. I would just like to add a couple more people to the meeting, and that's probably the administrators of the school, and maybe the chairpersons of both school councils, because I think they bring a little something extra, a little understanding to the table. And then that would be the initial meeting. And just to, I was thinking down the road, if we did decide to go ahead with, working on 2 different schools in Fairview, while Holy Family is getting their school built, when the Holy Family school gets built and finished, and there's a big hurry up on that because they don't have a school, there'll be an extra school in Fairview before they pull all those portables into town, right? So if ours just followed right in on that, right behind it, there'd be a place to put some kids.
Okay, is there any other conversation on that, or?
Well, I guess, sorry, but are we going to, before we move off of this, are we going to try and set some kind of a date parameters that may work for our committee and then reach out to other
Well,
folks?
some of that stuff I think we can get to in calendar. Just, I guess here, we just need to know, are we gonna move forward with these meetings, and are we not? Because then people can have a chance, look at calendars here by the time we get down the calendar to see what's gonna work for everybody.
Okay.
If that works.
Definitely works.
So do we need a motion then that we will schedule meetings?
I don't think we do, because we already have the committee struck, so I think the committee is able to do that work.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we needed a separate motion or not on that. All right, so there's no other comments on Fairview right now, other than when we get down the calendar.
Can I ask just to clarify, because David just talked about admin and school councils. Do we all think that's what should be at this meeting? I don't know. I'm just thinking as a school council president or chair or whatever, walking into a meeting like that, I guess it depends what we think the end of the day, what the meeting's coming out at. Like, it would be so far over my head that I don't know. I don't know. Just
I think the hope would be
talking
though,
out loud.
yeah, I think the hope would be to get the parents' voice, right, of what they would know of what's, because like, it's not like this is a new topic to Fairview, right? Like, this is stuff that's been chatted around. So a school council chair might have an idea about, you know what, the majority of the parents that I spoke to or whatever, they would say this or they would say that. So I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, David, like.
If I didn't know the school council chairs, I would never have brought it up.
They might be different.
I don't think they'll have an election before our election, right? Or do they do it
Well,
first
see,
thing?
but that's the thing with school councils, they dissolve in June.
Okay,
So then it's, until they have their new one, there really isn't one, is there?
well, I mean, sitting with both councils, whoever gets elected out of those, I think would represent the council very well. Both
They just
schools.
might not have those meetings yet. It would just depend on when their school council meeting is, as to when that.
Yeah, because some do them in September, some do them in October.
Yes.
I think that as the committee and the planning, we can sort that out. See who's available when that meeting.
You bet.
You good, Lacey? Alright, so, so agenda items for the SBA Zone 1. You guys have an agenda already started there, right?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
We usually do it only about a week ahead, so.
Okay.
But if there's something that you guys want added to it that we haven't spoken about before.
Well, I guess this one too, like, this one, the meeting part is usually kept a little bit shorter because it's the Edwin Parr and the Friends of Education.
Yeah.
Um,
And there's usually not a lot new items that come in that need to go into. So.
Does anybody have anything?
But it's just a question, and I know that at our last zone meeting, this was discussed, but I for some reason, I'm not being able to pull it up. The Edwin Parr and Friends of Education celebration is at the Pomeroy from 12 to 1.
Yes,
Where's the meeting?
in the Pomeroy.
Yeah.
It's in the Pomeroy as
Yeah.
well.
We keep it in the same.
And that's the one right by the, just south of the mall, right?
It's right beside the Holiday Inn, right on that corner. Yes. Is that it?
By the mall,
Yeah.
by the mall.
Yeah, it used to be the Grand Prairie Inn, right
Yeah,
south of the mall.
you share the same parking lot as the mall, pretty much.
It's the mall.
Yeah.
It's not where it
By Shoppers Drug Mart.
Okay.
Where the big parkade is. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
last 2
Several
or
years
so.
ago, but
Yeah.
yeah, it used to be where I know where you're.
Oh, yeah.
So the last time it was across town over there on the highway.
Mhm, mhm.
I get ASBA. Wrong instructions.
Those are it, take a note then, make sure you check that.
So we have our meeting, we start at 10 o'clock always, and then we'll go for our lunch. at 12, and then go back to the meeting after. So, and everybody has to pre-register too, so they know how many that they're buying food for.
Crystal's got that on the agenda. I
Yeah,
think, later.
So this was just for agenda topics, so if we don't have anything really that's pressing to add to this one. Okay. Okay, we'll jump down to the Predators Creek School update.
Madam Chair, I'll just quickly start and then want to turn your way in. The Red Earth School project, as you know, has been an ongoing matter for quite some time. Recall back several years ago now when we did have a value scoping session in Red Earth Creek. That was, some people at the table were there. It was a relatively small session that was very productive. Part of the process was going to the school, existing school, and do a tour, and the government officials that were on that tour were like, holy smokes, this is the school. Anyway, fast forward, a lot of work went into designing the school. Starting last fall, there were some unanticipated hiccups. We were 60% finished the drawings, and government Alberta Infrastructure came back and said, we've got a problem. We didn't design the mechanical big enough to accommodate what's required to meet the silver LEED status, at least in silver school construction. We pushed back on that. John Jamelski, very skilled in this area, knowledgeable, felt that there were ways and means to create the space needed so that we wouldn't have to redesign the school. Alberta Infrastructure was having none of that, and in the end said we have to change the size of the mechanical room. That resulted in a very substantial amount of work. And it ended up, we ended up compromising some classrooms a little bit by taking 5 square meters off the primary elementary wing in particular. Now, I will say, Madam Chair, that even with those 5 square meters taken off, the classroom space is still quite adequate. The principal of the school was involved in that. She was very happy about that. We redesigned some of the spaces inside, and unfortunately, it changed the shape of the outside of the building as well. So we had to push back really hard and insist that we want to go back and recreate, at least as close as possible, the outside of the building for aesthetic purposes. We did get some win on that, but it didn't get back to where it was, but certainly it's much better than what they were proposing. So fast forward, now we're getting to 90% design. We're having further meetings, all is good. The pre-tender package is out. There were some delays. We had to get our information into them. This was a November, early December meeting. They needed information right away. So we ultimately responded with the information they needed. Then there was some other feedback. They needed it by early July, January 2nd, mid-January, so that February 6th or 7th was the date that they needed to meet the window of shovels in the ground in May or June. We did our piece, weeks went by, and then we ultimately they came back. There were a few other little issues, and then there was an issue with the town. They needed to do some work for rezoning so that they could identify how they were tying into the town infrastructure and so on, typical stuff. Then we went into May, and of course, the fires started. The plan in May was to, in June, so they went out with a pre-tender package, and they narrowed it down to 5 possible contractors. The plan in June was to go into the community and have all the representatives from those 5 firms go in and look at what it is they were dealing with, so that we could really then hit the ground running in, by this time now, late July. Fire season happened. Mayor's Creek was evacuated for nearly a month, as you know. That didn't happen, so things went really silent. We reached out only to discover, I don't know how long they had this information, but we reached out only to discover that there was another major issue with the design of the building, such that they got to go back to redesign. And the company that was responsible for the design had a shop set up in Edmonton, and they had closed that facility there now. And so, long story short, you're at a stage where I guess we don't know where we are, other than that the project is going to be delayed in all likelihood into another construction season. So very frustrating. The town of Mayor's Creek, the municipality has put some significant money into this. There's an eagerness from a couple of key people there to get this moving, as it was with us. And it's been a fairly frustrating process. Something as simple as, hey, you're just building, you're finishing a new school in Manning. You have infrastructure there, a mechanical room that meets the LEED requirements. It doesn't take as much space as the one you're saying you now need from Mayor's Creek. Why not just simply take that mechanical room design and go there? Anyway, lots of frustrations. I'll turn it over to Rhonda now, but I'll just make one other comment. I just came from meetings last week where multiple superintendents were sitting at tables, and they said it's been an absolutely frustrating experience working with government infrastructure in either building new buildings or modernizations. We don't know if the part of this is the shift away from building a school for a school jurisdiction to building a school for government that's going to be rented out or leased out to schools, because we're getting stuff like you can't share this with school staff, you can't share this design right now. It's got to be kept secret or kept under wraps. Typically, when you build schools, you work with the floor plans, you get feedback, you get back to the consulting group, and then they make tweaks and go back and forth. So there are a few little challenges that we have right now. But if there's no further adjustments in the floor plan for that school, when it does get built, hopefully not too much more delay on it, it's going to be an absolutely outstanding facility. But it does put us on the edge with regard to how things should change.
Sure. When I sent an email to infrastructure in July saying, can we please talk? We don't know what's going on. The last we heard was site visits. Then there was the evacuation. Do we need to set up a new site visit? And then they set up an emergency meeting the day before I was leaving on vacation. So I had the meeting. There was a lot of people at the meeting, and John Chibosky and myself, and I was looking at all the people, and it was like, there's something is up. So that's when they told us that the mechanical systems did not meet the requirements. So this is after November, mechanical specs had to change, and we needed a bigger mechanical room. So now we're in July and we need more, and they've been talking about it, and they had drawings, and to meet the requirements, we need solar panels on the roof of the school, but it's not gonna cost the division, so it's okay amount. Like, so we asked a lot of questions. They reassured us. At that point, John and I were kind of in shock, because how does this happen? How does this even happen? You guys were at 90% drawings. The municipality is excited, the kids are excited, the trustees are excited, but that's where we were. And then we went through that, and they said we can still start in the fall. This is the timeline. We've got the tender package. We're getting the drawings today. We're good to go. So then, so that would have been like July. I left on the 25th, July 24th. That's a conversation. on August 12th, John Shabilsky emails and said that the mechanical consultant closed their office in Edmonton, like Jeff said, and the design still wasn't what TSB, the infrastructure group, needed to approve. So now that put us back another 6 weeks to get through the tender process. So I really don't even know. We haven't seen drawings. We haven't seen updated 90% drawings. I don't know if they're done. We've never worked with this architect firm before. It's not up to us. The infrastructure assigns projects to different firms. We've never worked with this firm before. They have done some schools, but I don't think they have a lot of experience in schools. I think they do a lot of office buildings, downtown Calgary kind of work. So this is a little bit outside of their norm. But now we're looking at, another 6 weeks before it goes to tender. I don't know if we'll see the drawings before it goes to tender. We probably won't. And then to mobilize and get a crew on site is probably not going to happen. So now they're thinking that it's most likely, they're not saying it. It may delay the project, the start of construction until spring. That's probably what, just everything else that's happened on this project. That would be my guess.
So like somebody screwed up big time. That's what happened.
3 times.
Yeah. So, okay, we'll go speak to this because I got lots to say. 7. All right, David.
I'm gonna pass for now.
Nice. Right?
Yeah, well, they've done absolutely nothing out there. They haven't even done any earthwork. So I don't know what the plan is there or whatever, but at least the underground infrastructure should have been done. They should have been able to do a portion of it at least,
But they couldn't put it out to tender until everything was complete, so we don't even know if they've sent it. It's not sent out for tender yet, so they don't even have a company that's doing work yet.
I was just out there a few weeks ago for the kids' grad. Absolutely nothing has been done. I received a call from the MD of Opportunity, and they're very upset and wanting us to try to put some pressure on getting this moving because they're upset with the fact that it might end up being delayed until next spring to start. It's an old school they're in, and they're looking forward to a new school, and yeah, I don't know where to go from here with this or whatever, but we definitely should be looking at putting pressure onto our minister here and saying, look, you need to find out what's going on, why it's being so many things happening here to delay.
If I could, Madam Chair, if the board is planning on doing something like that, one of the big concerns we have with the Red Earth Creek School is the lack of washroom facilities for the students, and we applied last year and the year before to try and get additional funding so that we could get a washroom portable brought in, tied into the school, so that we have more facilities for the students in the school. If we're going to be talking, like sending a letter or advocating with infrastructure and education and childcare, that might be part of the request that you have. Is now these students have another year and a half. We were approved for the build in March of 2024. So that's a long time already, and it's another year and a half before we get a school built and before we get into a school. Realistically, it won't happen faster than that. So if we don't start until the spring of 26, it's already the school year starting 27, 28. If everything goes right, we need some facilities for the students in that school that they have to live in.
Yeah, well, I think we definitely need to write a letter out to the minister and ask that if they can have a look at this and see what is the whole of it, and give us an update as to when they plan to move forward on this and get it done, because you got a lot of frustrated staff out there, you got a lot of frustrated residents, and answer for the MD.
Okay, Lacey?
No, Rhonda stole my thunder. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Just swing it as a health and safety issue kind of thing. Say this was Manning, however many years ago. Those two schools were not completely fine, but like the kids weren't struggling at all in those schools. So if there was a delay, it wasn't as big of a deal. But I don't know, Red Earth, there's huge issues that need to get dealt with. So move the school on.
Yeah, I think we need to take a strong advocacy role on this. I think we need to reach out for sure to Emily Scott Sinclair. Insist on a meeting. We can go to him if that's what it takes. And I mean, so much has already been said, but yeah, they're already stretched. They don't have adequate bathrooms. They're existing in a lot of, without a lot of amenities that they were expecting to only have to survive for another year and now. So yeah, hugely disappointing and infuriating because I don't understand how that happened. All of those things, but yes, definitely we need to reach out to the ministries. We need to reach out to Emily.
I have just actually prepared it. See first. So sorry.
Okay.
He's still a member. He's not a
He's-
member of
He's
the
just on the member.
UCP.
Yeah,
So,
Oh,
He's still
so it's still
yeah.
so whatever, reach out to all three of them again, right? This is a Peace River School Division issue. I think the others are gonna be interested. I think Todd will be interested because there's gonna be we're talking about his area as well. So reach out to all of them, but definitely we need to get care of the local one. And whatever else we can do, who is our contact on this as far as bureaucracy or is there a series, but I mean, we just need to just kind of keep,
Our immediate contact is the same as for the Manning School project. And we also have the director of that department. So we definitely do have those contacts. Quite frankly, meetings are pretty much, infuriating is the only word because we are talked to, we are not part of. That's how it's really felt. I think Jeff will probably just say the same thing. It's been a little bit frustrating working with the architect firm now, who they don't even talk to us anymore. And when they still were, it was more of a bullying situation that was really uncomfortable, and we're trying to push back and say, hey, this school is for children. This is not infrastructure school. And for 50 years, the children of Red Earth Creek are going to be in this school. And that wasn't a consideration. It's been frustrating.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we've had to certainly say that we're not signing off on this. We're just going to move through the political if we need to, and then they back off of it. I do honestly believe that part of it has to do with the fact that they now believe there's a thinking around they are building schools for us to lease. So it's one thing for a company to come in and build a house for you. If they're building a house for another company to lease to you, it's almost like there's a sense that the ground is shifted. And a part of it might very well be massive pressure that they're under because there's a major commitment to build on a lot of schools in short order. And they're not even going to come close to meeting that target. So the trustees' suggestion here around wrapping up the advocacy piece, getting a letter written to the politicians around the sense of urgency around this matter certainly makes sense. Because I can't see for the life of me shovels in the ground this fall. Although maybe a miracle will happen and they'll get people in September and it will be a good fall and the weather won't set in until late November or early December, and they might might get away with getting some stuff done, but.
Well, and we don't wanna rush it to the point that we're given a building that's not as it should be. I mean, I know times were different, but when the Grimshaw one was built, it's my understanding that progress started before all the mechanical drawings were done. So we don't want that same instance to happen where our shop gets made smaller because we need an electrical room that wasn't in the drawings. So we don't, like, if waiting till the spring is the best decision, but also if we're working with partners that we're not comfortable with, then maybe we have time to change those partners too. Because this is a huge mistake, and generally, if we're talking business, that wouldn't fly in another construction.
So Madam Chair, just one other quick point here. In the experience I've had in working with school constructions, it would be not only unusual, it would be, it never happens, whereby I and the board I work for would have to request copies of the 60% drawings.
Right.
We had to request on more than one occasion. In other words, 60% drawings were done and we didn't have them. And Rhonda made a comment earlier, so 90% drawings are done. So, and yet now there's a reboot because somebody really screwed up here big time. Before this project ever proceeds beyond the next step, updated drawings should be given to us, and not only given to us, but say, hey, here it is, given to us for feedback, saying, does this meet your needs, or here are the changes that we anticipate we need to make. So part of the advocacy piece was saying, hey, we need to be full partners in this process as well. And this is the experience that I'm hearing from my colleagues throughout the province that they're having as well, like not feeling like we're full partners in it anymore. So.
I mean, I could rant for hours, but I think we just one step at a time, we need to talk to some people.
Edith?
I guess just a question, like if the community or if the division is no longer part of the school law, like that obviously affects other school buildings in the future then too, where that's going to be an issue, where the community doesn't have feedback on what the building should be looking like.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's certainly possible that this is a pattern that could continue to repeat itself over time if we don't push back, and even if we push back, but hopefully not. Sometimes the other thing is that the partners at the table can shift over time. The current people we have there seem to be all overall, with the exception of one individual, they seem to be overall well intended. It's just that there's a misstep between what they see their role as and what our role is, and really, we want them to be saying, you're our client. The Peace River School Division is the client of the product being made, and therefore should have substantial input into that. And while we have had substantial input, and while we have gotten to the stage of having a great product, I say we loosely because I joined the party much later. But what was done was really good. Things shifted a bit, and now it's my sense, because they are in some significant chaos, because of some very serious oversights, they're almost going insular now, and we're having to reach out through emails to say, hey, where are things? Where are things? So I think the advocacy piece, the letter forward, arranging a meeting, being a bit of a splash, is a strategic.
Well, I think that, like, I don't know, I guess almost to the point, like, to raise some hell about it, because, like, and it's okay, we have mechanical issues here. Was there not something with the mechanical room in Manning too, to begin with? That we had to do something to start with there too?
Not as much, I think.
Not as much, but still some, right?
The problem with the systems is that it's Alberta Infrastructure building these buildings for us, and we don't have a say in the systems that are being put into the school, and we're the ones that have to maintain those systems after. So there are problems with the mechanical systems at Manning Aurora Composite that we're working through that were pretty significant issues. But because of the construction, the guidelines, the trade policies that we have to, all the agreements we have to be in line with, that's all Alberta Infrastructure. We have no say in that. So a building management system that's put into a school for Peace River School Division could be out of a company in Calgary, and we say, please don't do that because we can't afford to maintain that, and we end up having to switch it out after we get the school. Those are the kinds of issues that we really don't have much say in at all.
Well, I'm just trying to think of like when we're looking at drawings and space and whatever. Okay, so the infrastructure is building schools. We had Manning, we had EQV, we have all these ones, and they've all had issues with mechanical rooms or plumbing or something. Like, what is being amiss that they can't seem to get this right in how many new schools that they've built in the last 5 years?
One of the problems is that all government buildings have to meet silver requirements for efficiency and so forth, and those guidelines change. So when a project starts the design process and is almost done, there may be a change in those requirements, and it affects the final product because it's not complete. So there's been some problems with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I think this school is way above and beyond, and in the design phase, them coming back to us and say, we need to increase the mechanical room a little bit, and we're thinking like 10 square meters maybe, and they tell us it's 60, and we're like, excuse me, like, that's never happened before.
No, I'm just thinking about like the competence of the people that are doing this, right? Like, this is beyond frustrating when we have how many schools in our area. That's what these people are supposed to be able to do, is produce the drawings to the standards, to this and that, and we're seeing all of these schools that are getting built and there's deficiencies, right? So that's why I'm just kind of wondering if there's something bigger to advocate for, that it's not just what we're experiencing in school, because like EQV lost their commercial kitchen because they had to make this extra space, and like all the different things that are coming. And I'm just wondering, like, I totally agree with writing letters or whatever, but at the same point, is that enough? Like, write a letter, but then demand a meeting. Like, we need to sit down and something has to be done, because exactly, if we have teacherage that has to leave the key at the office so that kid can go and use the bathroom in the teacherage, and that's bull. Like, we need to express how bad, not bad, but bad, that these are the conditions that you're expecting these kids to be in for another 2 years because of a failure on your guys' part to get this done. And push it, like, I don't know, I just think that it's almost time to be a little bit more forceful with it versus just.
So, Madam Chair, I think the suggestion of writing a letter to the politicians requesting meeting time with a focus on whether it's creating would be a good start. And then while there, have those overarching conversations as well, saying it's just not about whether it's free. Because the December call that we had from them to Rhonda's point was that the design that was 60% done at the time was done with a certain set of conditions to meet silver LEED, silver plus LEED or whatever. They changed. And now all of a sudden they were going forward, having done the 60% drawings, and now the conditions had changed and they needed more space. Okay, that's unfortunate, but really what we should be doing is once you initiate a school build and you're 60% through, you recognize that there could be changes that come afterwards, but you still meet the requirements with what was in place when you designed. It's like building a house 20 years ago. You meet all the electrical requirements. You want to go back and have the power cut. Now all of a sudden the code has changed. You got to bring it up the code. Anyway, there's a lot of things behind the scenes here. So I do believe the suggested pathway forward can allow for both things that we're talking about. And we would reach out to after this meeting as well, depending on the will of the board here. We, from an operations perspective, reach back out to our counterparts that we work with and say, hey, just a heads up here, our school board is not happy about where things are. They're going to move forward with an advocacy piece. So there's going to be some political conversations ongoing here so that we can keep them in the loop as well with regard to where things go.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the piece about the fact that there seems to be a real lack of communication going on. When you expect our board to sit here for 2-3 months or whatever and no updates, you guys aren't hearing nothing, not hearing nothing. It's that should not be happening during your project, during any project, much less building a project that affects the entire community. So I think that we as trustees need to speak up too at these meetings and say, hey, you you guys are accountable to us and to these children that are here. And we need to know what's happening, not just sit there and not hear from you guys for months at a time. And the whole season is gone and you've done nothing.
Just thinking that if we don't, we could be sitting here a year from now saying, oh, gee, darn, where's that Red Earth Creek School, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I agree that getting the people who we can hurt in the room by election time, I think we need to meet with them for sure.
Yeah.
And be loud and proud.
You'd be surprised. You'd be actually very surprised how quickly things get done when an elected official speaks up. And that's the power you have here in this room. Need to use it.
Okay. So then we're looking at writing letters to our 3 MLAs, getting it to, well, I get all those ministers. Infrastructure, education and childcare, send it to Daniel Smith. Like, we need to.
And let's include the MD of Opportunity as well.
Yeah, they just so that they're aware that we are just as frustrated.
Can I just clarify, did you want to ask for a meeting with the MLAs?
Yeah.
And write the letter now, or have the meeting and then write the letters?
I'd say write the letters now and then say we need a meeting like ASAP. Like something's gotta get figured.
And when we have the meeting, we'll talk about the Red Earth Creek School. Then we'll get into all this other shit's going on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's definitely, this is being triggered by Red Earth Creek. So they need to understand what is happening out there and that we need some, because exactly, if we're gonna be looking at another 2 years before they need a new school, then they damn well better improve freaking path forward.
Yeah. Madam Chair, maybe then when we get to the calendar exercise later to look at dates for Fairview, perhaps you look at possible dates so that in the letter we can say trustees are available on this, and this day. Please advise if one or more of these dates work for you. Something like that.
Yeah, and it'd be nice if possible to have all 3 of those MLAs together.
And the minister approved that school based on the fact that there was such a shortage of bathrooms for kids. It was not a safe situation for little kids.
Okay.
Can I also suggest that we request a meeting with the Minister of Infrastructure? And if we can CC ASBA and Royal Office.
SBA.
Yeah. So that other organizations know some of our concerns, because I know they're all working on
And we're definitely not the only ones struggling with new builds, so. I'm allowed to make one.
I'll make a motion.
Marie's making one. Hey, we're all in favor? I said it.
Yeah,
Just before like, we'll probably better before we get into something else. Have some time to chill out a little bit. Okay, so I think, yeah, there's not much point in getting into anything right now, so we good, or do we need something?
Yeah, there was a letter attached to this.
Yeah, it was the one that. They don't answer anything.
So I think as a result, the motion that you made covers the fact that that letter was attached, and that's your direction to move forward. Or are you going to accept that letter?
Well, yeah, like this just talks about the furniture that we're not being funded for
We did
properly.
get off topic. We should address that.
Okay, yeah, so we'll have a quick, we got a couple minutes here. So yeah, so there's the letter back when we had asked for, how much more did we ask for?
We just indicated that, I don't have that letter.
I know, I either do or I can't remember.
It was a percentage of the actual cost compared to.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, just in our letter to them, what the amount was. I think I did the calculations, and basically what they're saying in this letter is that the construction cost of that school is just over $9 million based on what they say in this letter. I think that the wording is probably off in this letter. I wanted to follow up and ask for support for the number that we have, because we never get that, right? So they just tell us, I want to ask for when the school build was approved, what was the budget? So that we can do those calculations and share that with the board. I can do that as a follow-up. No,
Yeah, so just a very quick piece. So let's say 7%, we can do the math on it, but 7% of the initial anticipated cost of the building. By the time you get through 60% drawings, 90% drawings, or whatever through the process, a $9 million school now is going to be budgeted at, say, $13 million. What they don't do is give us 7% of the new amount.
Yeah.
And they argue that, okay, so the cost has gone up because the furniture and equipment has gone up, tariffs have done this, calculation that. Exactly. And that's why the cost of getting the furniture in goes up by the same amount. So they're lowballing all the time. So they identify a notional budgetary amount. So we've approved $9 million for a school in Red Creek, knowing that by the time they get shovels in the ground or get the roof on and get kids in, that's a $14 million project or $13 million. What they really need to be doing is giving us the extra furniture and equipment budget. We had the same thing play out in Manning, and we had to find other ways and means of getting furniture into that building. So getting information from them to say, okay, what is this $635,543 based on?
Yeah.
Oh, that's based on the early budget number. We want it updated to the new number. And we're not getting good progress on that at all, right?
That's essentially what we asked for, you know, in the letter that we sent.
It is.
That's exactly what we asked for, and he just came back and it was like,
Yeah, I know, that's, like, this letter's down.
First of all, remember that most letters that the minister writes, he doesn't write them.
Oh, yeah, I know, but
It's that his deputy writes them out,
Yeah.
every after the signatures
But it's after discussion.
Yeah, sorry, Gordon. I kind of went off on this one, so.
So I found it very interesting too, that it directs our administration to our project manager, Uzoma Ozarumba. I'm not sure if I said that right, but is that someone you've spoken to?
That's who we deal with. We've dealt with on the whole Manning build, and that's who we're dealing with on here. And I told him about this letter, and he was very surprised. He said, "Oh, is that what they said?"
Okay.
So,
But it also said you can turn over money to us. Does it not? It says, go ahead, request.
Request
the
additional
furniture
furniture.
and equipment funding.
and we're not actually allowed to do that. So it says that here, but there's a percentage built, so it has to be, the school has to be under construction before we can request funding for furniture and equipment.
Cause I was gonna say, if this is the case, let's get the money and buy the furniture and put it in CCAN, or, ask them if they have space to store it, but that would be the logical thing to prevent some of the inflation of our rents. But there's an accuracy in this letter. So then maybe that's where we have the response to this letter being, sure, more than likely, that send us funds. Why wouldn't we?
I can do that request. I can send in the request,
Oh,
and
that's it.
then when I get the response, then we can follow up.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we?
Yeah. Okay, so do we need to make that as another motion, or are you able to just respond to that?
I can do that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I was pissed when I read this letter. I'm like, whatever.
Thanks for catching that, we used it.
Yeah, we did, we got totally sidetracked. Okay, so we're good on that one. You have everything you need, Chris?
Are we receiving it for information?
Well, see, that's what I wasn't sure if we needed a motion because we were doing chiefs. Still.
Yes, because it wasn't included on the consent.
Okay, so I still need a motion to receive that letter for information. Okay, Marie, all in favor? Okay, for 7. Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch. We're gonna come back in camera we're good for 1 still? For 1, just because okay, yeah, so we're gonna break for lunch. We'll come back in camera at 1. We are in the staff room.
Yeah.
We're gonna jump back in here at 2:13. Chris has all the stuff from in camera. We have no motions coming out of camera or anything, so. Oh yeah, we talked about labor and legal.
Okay, so we are at 6.2. And so 6.2.1. We have sorry, just jumping all over the place. The ministerial order for the library materials. So we do need to have the conversation on policy or something there. So let Jeff lead this one.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and a copy of the ministerial order is attached to this item. Just to say that this came to light last spring when some people they contacted the Minister of Education to indicate that there were some identified 4 typos that were found in some libraries that were causing some cause for concern. And subsequent to which there was a survey done, if you recall. And then subsequent to which there was a ministerial order. Now, the survey itself, if I were to turn a critical eye to it, any of you were doing academic research and you decided to develop a survey instrument like the one that went out, your academic supervisor would say, you need to pack up and go home.
Yeah.
Because it's the most biased survey you could ever put together. You're guaranteed to get the results that you want. So it was a totally biased survey. When I read the survey, I said, oh my goodness. Leave aside the importance of the matter. The survey itself was set up, and I would suggest that the people who set that survey were given direction to do it that way. It was set up to give the data, get the data that you want. So I'll leave that aside. So coming out of it is a ministerial order that has a couple of thoughts. One, there's a policy implication for the board. I think Dr. Gould just sent some sample policies out, one of which is this one that one of their consultants probably does work around. And the other piece is to have a piece of work done at the school level by October 1st. I'm going to ask Lita to speak to this in a moment. The policy has to be done by January 1st, and work that we have to do at the school level for school-based libraries, not public libraries. So we have some schools that have public libraries in them, so that's a different category. But for all on school libraries, there's a piece of work that will need to be done by October 1st. If I'll turn it to Alita now, but I'll say this: if we job action, one of the things we will likely turn our attention to is asking our EAs to do a piece of work. That'll be a good task for them to get a head start on. However, we have some of our library software can also generate some business. So Alita, you attended the meeting on my behalf in early July when I was on leave. So if you just want to share some additional pieces that you done at the meeting, it would be great.
So there is a YouTube video of that meeting that took, or the announcement that took place, so you can go to YouTube and look at that if you want to. But the meeting was basically a review of what was, so they were very clear about they are not banning books, they are not asking us to remove specific titles. However, they are asking for the removal of specific content that is detailed in the ministerial order that is attached here. So anything with explicit sexual content has to be removed by October 1st. Our schools have to make sure that that happens. That does not include teaching resources, textbooks, encyclopedias, religious materials. Anything of that nature is exempt from all of this. Knowing, of course, that there's also Bill 27, which might take care of some of that anyway. But so right now, the biggest piece of work is that the board has to create or develop a policy about acquisition of materials and criteria and whatnot. That has to be done by January 1st, I believe. And then the teachers, if they have classroom libraries, have to provide a list of titles. By October 1st, it is just a list of titles. So if you have 100 books, You do not need authors, ISBN numbers, any of that. What you need is a list of titles. They have to have it readily available if anybody asks. So they don't have to have it published, they just have to have it available if a parent or somebody in community asks for it. And then our libraries have to have that same thing, which shouldn't be too difficult because it is it's electronic, as Jeff said, so we can produce that print list very easily if we're asked. So I guess two things: they have to remove sexually explicit content. I'd be surprised if there's much of that. I mean, their definition is pretty explicit. I don't think we would have a lot of that material in our libraries that is there. And then producing their lists by October 1st.
How do you know?
I mean,
Who reads every book in the library? How do they know? Is there like a sin list that you have to compare it to?
No, but the list, I think, is done with the title. Somebody who has an interest and a focus on that particular title, search it and say, that's one of them, and then come back and say, you've got a book there that is problematic.
I mean, anybody
How
who
with
is
the task to remove the explicit content? How do we know? Okay.
That's what all the EAs are gonna do.
No, I know, but like it's.
So it's pretty, I mean, again, I would say most of our classroom libraries are at the elementary level, first of all.
Totally. Classroom, I'm not way less concerned because if it's questionable, that teacher usually.
Right.
The books in their class. I'm talking the library that a book that hasn't been checked out for 20 years.
The other thing is I know that some of the English materials that I taught in grade 12 had some content in it that was questionable.
Oh, Shakespeare.
It was on a list. It was on a required reading list.
Exactly.
And the kids read that material, didn't have a clue what they were reading. Didn't know what that was sexual in any way.
But how does Shakespeare even thought, like, could this be the end of Shakespeare?
No.
Please, that's the English teacher in her school.
Very quick. Madam Chair.
Absolutely not.
I was like renting that away.
And did you walk away feeling scarred? Probably not because of sexual intent. But I don't, I think it's terrible. I think that, however, at the same time, I think we can manage this. I don't think this is a hurdle for us. I think we still need to have our kids read, and we still need to have materials available. And I think the bigger issue is going to be with Bill 27 and having kids in Bio 30 who are 18 and can drink and vote, but we cannot teach them about sexual reproduction unless their parents sign the form, and they still have to write a diploma exam on it. So I think that is going to be a bigger hurdle because we cannot get parents to return forms a lot of times.
Yeah.
So, and that is going to hurt our kids, not our.
Yeah, absolutely. And Madam Chair, to the question that was asked as well, so we have to have the titles available. That's relatively easy.
Yeah.
But what's not easy is whether or not any of these titles have any material that would be deemed to be sexually explicit. Because we have the titles doesn't mean that the covers get cracked. You literally have to go through every page and say, oh, that one doesn't fit. So has somebody done that? And once they see the titles, they get back to you and say, hey, titles 19, 21, and 48 are sexually explicit, pages 91, 92 on this book. Go back and look at it, you need to remove it. That might be another layer to this at a later point. We don't know.
But that would be.
Well, and then that's the other thing too, the
Which I mean-
interpretation. Ours will say, I can see this, it'll be chat GPT or whatever, you'll be putting that title in there and tell me if it talks about this.
Oh,
So I just want to share a bit of an experience I had at the end of the year with the Napa school, which only goes up to grade 6. They had some books sitting out there on a desk and anybody could take them home. They were not using them anymore or whatever. And so I looked through them and I seen one, I had my granddaughter coming up, so I thought, oh, well, maybe I should take this one home. And the title was how to talk to mommy and daddy or something. That was the title. It's about talking to your parents. So I thought, well, that's good, you know. Or being respectful or whatever. I read the first paragraph. Ditched the book because it was right off the get-go was talking about the male sperm and all this. It just went a whole different direction than what I thought.
What
was
the title suggestion.
Yeah, so,
What's the title?
That's right.
yeah.
It's like one that pops into the Twilight series, right? It's very popular. It's a lot of the teen reading, right? And so if you watch the movie, I don't know if it would fit the category necessarily, but if you read the book, probably. You know what I mean? So it just off of a list of titles, I think it's pretty tough job.
Yeah, I was.
I guess as they
to an
pop up.
8-year-old.
So, I think you said earlier, is there a hit list of books that?
Yeah,
It's possible that that is the case, which is why the titles coming up, would easily flag them. But we can be in compliance. It's gonna be a bit of work at the school level, but it's manageable. And I think that there's already a policy, draft policy that the board would consider that ASBA has developed as a sample.
Yeah.
And we'll take a tweak if it needs to see fit, and we could be deemed to be in compliance with the ministerial order.
So the schools that we have public libraries, kids actually in public libraries, then will our policy just cover how those students are checking out books, just like completed via? No?
None of this
Very
applies, none of this applies to a community or a.
The expectation really is supervision. When,
Supervision.
when the kids are in the library, they have somebody that's watching the children.
Yeah.
That's,
So we wouldn't have to like extend that, but it's already happening.
So this matter and Alita mentioned Bill 27 and the notion that the informed consent now has to be you sign the letter consenting versus the flip side of that. So the flip side was much more practical. If you had objections, you just say, hey, I don't want my child involved, not a problem. Unless it was one of the 4 compulsory units in a biology course that you have to write a diploma exam in. Now everybody's got to be in. I don't know if you've seen the 50 State documentary on Valley View last winter.
oh, yeah.
No,
It's worth your while to, I looked at it 3 weeks ago because people here had looked at it, and when you look at it, things will become very, very crystal clear. To some of the ministerial orders, policies, directives that have been given in recent months. It's actually rather amazing on the one end and very sad on the other end. Where you got diametrically opposed successful citizens within a small town, totally opposite ends, and you couldn't be more polarized matters.
Well, and conversations that we had in Calgary with other trustees and stuff, is a bigger topic in other areas as well. And the perspective is really enlightening to hear from other people. Like some minority-based people are feeling really threatened by it, and this overarching acceptance of censure, right? So like if this is deep. That's what I guess I'm trying to say. It could be way bigger than our first overview of it, of can we manage this? And do we want to manage this?
That's fair.
well, and yeah, like when we were in Calgary, there was a fellow from Red Deer that stood up and was very
Oh, yeah.
blunt and he likes to speak his opinions, and he's very politically correct when he does, but he is from the LGBTQ plus community, and he just said, he goes, you have threatened us all. He goes, so now what are you gonna do to gain back that respect? Because every single book you pulled on that, it might have been one line of something explaining what a kid went through, not talking about the act or whatever. And he goes, and now you're just automatically flagging all of these books because they're LGBTQ plus friendly. And he goes, so now what are you gonna do back? Do you want our respect? Do you want our votes? Do you want our support? Because right now you're showing us that you don't. And so, yeah, it kind of hushed the room pretty good after he spoke, because he made some good valid points. So it's gonna be hard, and I think it's gonna be scary too.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and some of our own team members are very emotional about this because we pride ourselves on being an inclusive education system. exclusionary on names, and yet some of the current direction renders very unsafe spaces, school spaces for people. Some people go to schools where they're the safest place to be in, right? So, and even some of the sexual content in books, what some people fail to realize as well, that some of that, I'm not suggesting the titles that were identified were good titles for a kid in grade 2, but some of that is also about an individualized program plan for some children with specialized needs. There's certain things that they need to be taught, and there's ways to do that through novels or through reading. So it's like painting with the one brush is very, very, very dangerous. But from a board perspective, we will be in compliance with the minister. We feel we can be in compliance with the ministerial order, even though there are many layers to this and it could go much deeper for sure. But on the surface of it, we'll meet what's on the surface.
And I know one of the other conversations that we were kind of having when we were putting the agenda together was, did we feel, because it didn't say that we had to have a standalone policy, it said that we could fit it into another policy, but at the same time, we didn't really think we had a good fit for it in an existing policy. So I'm thinking, my suggestion would be that we just do another standalone policy. And I would say, yeah, like take the draft, the policy committee can sit down and kind of tweak it for our division, because we will have a lot of community libraries, not just school libraries, right? So, and I don't see that being too much of an issue, and probably have that at the next board meeting, and that it's on there and it's ready to go, right? Yeah. You wanna go with that?
Yeah, let's do it on the cheap. No, seriously, let's not spend any money on this. Let's just get it done.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I said somebody's already put the work into it. And it doesn't mean that 5 years down the road it can't be pulled and tweaked and changed, whatever, right? But at least it's in there and it's and if it's went through ASBA, it's obviously going to be compliant, right? So
I would agree.
just, you know.
Just, yeah, can I have a, what was the name of the documentary you said?
It's a Fifth Estate documentary.
50 State?
Yeah, no, Fifth Estate.
FIFTA.
Oh, Fifth Estate.
Fifth
Okay.
Estate. It's, that running,
Is
running CBC show.
Yeah,
I know what the Fifth Estate is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you were to punch in Valley View,
Library.
library.
I'll find it. Yeah, I'll find it. I thought he said 50, like 50 State.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's a really, it's a little bit unnerving, off-putting, is not the way to describe it.
Is a way to put the community at odds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that documentary, and then when you add it up to all the Facebook videos that got posted of the actual meetings that didn't make it to that documentary, it's scary.
Yeah,
Stuff
you've
got
seen
bad.
they profile one of our MLA's assistant. Oh, not there anymore, but holy smokes.
Yeah, it's
You
crazy.
shake your head at how people can get into that headspace and feel that it's okay to be there. Right? Anyway,
So I think we will need a motion to go ahead and create this policy.
So what this policy what this policy will be like?
It's the library one like that, so that ministerial order is mandating that we place
Create a
it.
policy.
Yeah, and so ASBA had sent out kind of a draft one here a little while ago. So that's what we were just saying, is that it's probably easier just to take that draft one, tweak it to our division, and then we'll bring it to the board table to look at and be approved like every other policy. But we have to have one in place before January 1st.
And it's a policy basically to strip the library out of books that are describing into this ministry better, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that different from our interests and
Well, see, and that's what we kind of talked about, possibly putting it in there, but that one talks more about like behavior and stuff like that. It doesn't necessarily talk about the materials and the resources.
so Madam Chair, yeah,
Sorry. Just rereading and it says policy and or procedure. So maybe this fits better in an AP. Yeah. So the board doesn't have to take a stand.
Yeah, maybe.
I suspect though that the way the board is set up, its policies and administrative procedures, that best off going with the policy on which administrative procedures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree
Administrative
with that.
procedures is the how, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, that the policy would be very like broad strokes, right?
Overarching.
Just this is what and it would just be to the letter of what they're telling us to do. And then you guys would create the APs of how exactly you're gonna do it all.
So the two pieces, by October 1st, we're to have all sexually explicit content material removed from school library. And then by January 1st, there's a policy that governs the selection and
Yes. So yeah, so would somebody want to make the motion that we,
I'll make a
okay, David makes the motion that the policy committee puts together a policy for the,
handle the ministerial order.
that's it. All in favor? Six.
I just think that we just do this as simple as we can, because if there's an election in 5 years, you don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
This,
right.
this could be just stroked.
Absolutely, right?
Totally.
I don't know.
But rare, right?
I don't know.
Once it's in, it's hard to get rid of.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, just kind of stick it to the basics and.
And a lot of debate on how this got in the first time. Because there's a lot of school divisions were slighted on this. We weren't consulted, we weren't, a biased survey that didn't include us. And it just got put in.
not only that, Madam Chair, a press conference called on a particular evening, no school boards knew anything about it. And in said press conference, the naming of two school jurisdictions, Calgary Public and Edmonton Public, or schools in Calgary and Edmonton, 56 these books had been found, and people were saying, what's this all about?
And one of which turned out to be a public access library.
Yeah.
They weren't- It's not appropriate.
But that's what was brought up in Calgary too, is that you literally found a handful of books in a handful of schools. Talk to those schools. Why are you trying to do this overarching thing to make every single division jump through all these hoops when it's probably not an issue?
So the minister was approached actually by a group and said, hey, we need to look at this. And that's how that was set up. The minister didn't stumble upon these books. This was
Yeah, oh, yeah, exactly.
a strategic setup.
Yeah. Well, what can we put together to go throw in front of him so that he starts looking at things that like.
How to build a school.
Right? Yeah, how to build a mechanical room in a rural school.
So, thanks very much, Alita. I know you have another matter to attend to, so.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, we'll still hopefully try to be able to be done here by, I work, so I need to be gone. So we are on our draft policy, so policy 2. These are, yeah, okay, there it is. Policy 2 draft. Well, these are the ones that we worked on in July,
Yeah, did they change?
since July. Some of the stuff.
June?
I don't think there might have, we chatted about some of it. Yeah,
Okay.
so, yeah, I'll just kind of go through.
Excuse me, but in our June board meeting, we were thinking about going a different route, like making a manual, like Prairie Land Division did, in the board as a whole basically said, you know what, like, let's just leave that and come back to it after, especially after an election, right?
Yeah. So we just kind of tweaked the policies to kind of work. So yeah, so some of them might not have been full changes from June, because we did work on some of this before June. But yeah, we'll just do a brief overlook on here. So on policy 2, a lot of these changes was changing 3-year plan to 5-year plan. So that's a lot of those changes. We did have, some of it is just information that we put in here, which will probably not be, so I'm looking at 2.5. We don't necessarily have to say that through school councils. It was just more of a way so people understood how we were saying. So when we were looking at like the manual way, we would describe a little bit more in there, but in the policy, I'm not sure if we need to have that comment in
Well,
there.
that's what I'm wondering what your ask is today. Is it to include the blue?
Yeah, it definitely would depend. If we want the blue in there, then it's a little bit clearer, or do we want to leave it below? So we can pick apart things if we need to. Because this would be first reading, so we still have lots of time to make all kinds of changes to it, right?
So if we start 1.6, the AERR, that's now no longer referred to as AERR, correct?
I thought it was.
Yeah, the annual.
Yeah.
And
No.
two separate, so there's the plan itself, and then there's the annual education results.
Oh, yeah.
I thought they renamed it to like, insurance.
That's there's, sure,
That's their data,
that's the data.
yeah.
And then
Assurance
we
data,
create our,
annual report based on the assurance data. So the surveys that they do to parents and all that stuff, that's the assurance.
I thought they were kind of amalgam, anyway. Oh, thanks. Still called AERR.
So that AERR was just typed in, that won't be in the document. Monitor the effectiveness of the division in achieving established priorities, desired results, key performance indicators. And when we go to the annual work plan, we're suggesting that we define what those are in the work plan. Appendix A, this is just staying the same, the AERR won't be a part of it.
Yeah, so that particular blue piece will not be there, and I'll keep notes on here, and then when we bring it for second reading, we'll clear out so that it would be more how it's actually
Okay.
So then, yeah, the rest of that is just changing 3 to 5.
Oh, excuse me, but on the 2.5 that Lori had talked about, or you had talked about earlier, that blue, I don't think is going to be there either. It's just not a part of the policy, but we do incorporate that later to support 2.5.
Yeah, yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That I would.
yeah, no, and that's, I'm just taking some notes here, so yeah, 2.5, blue. We did change 2.6 a little bit just because it said, how did it? No, it didn't. It said something else, and so we put it in there. But are we gonna say twice yearly, or are we gonna say once?
Well, what my two school councils had asked for was that there still be 2 meetings, one with the board and our administration there, and to work together on that. But if they could have a meeting with all the other school councils with none of us there, just them by themselves, kind of talking around the table, and then meet with us later. So that would still be 2 meetings a year. I just wouldn't be there.
Yeah, because that first meeting is not a board meeting, so it shouldn't be in the policy.
Yeah.
But that can be something that we deal within procedures.
Yeah. Well, and that would kind of actually be a true school councils, right? Because that's how a lot of other divisions, they have their own separate board, their separate chair, blah, blah, blah. They organize all that, and then they would reach out to the board. It just says that we would meet with them. So do we want to tweak any of that language here?
I want to take it out. To me, it's a budgetary item, and we would do it if we can afford to do it. And also, it's on a facilitation basis where we're kind of just like introducing the idea and showing them that this is a possibility. I don't think that we want it in policy to be mandatory.
That's in the ed app that we arrange meetings.
But councils would think.
That's in the ed app that we meet with them.
And I don't think it should say anything more.
Okay. Yeah, because this is another thing where like it was a little bit harder with our mindset because we were kind of thinking the manual way, which would explain a lot more, but that doesn't go in the policy, right? So that's why some of the things we weren't too sure if you still wanted it worded this way in the policy or not. But yeah, we could change 2.6 to be straight out of the ed act, what the ed act says, and then it would be up to the school councils to actually do more. So maybe like if Fairview has gone all about that, then maybe that's where the chair is or whatever of the school councils, and then they start facilitating it on that end.
But we've done school councils twice a year in the
Not
past.
always.
Yeah.
No, but we have done it in the past, right?
We have, yeah.
For sure.
I'm just saying not always, and there's always good reasons not to. So I would rather like not have the expectation that we have to do two, because sometimes it's very appropriate just to do one.
So I'm just gonna really quickly go to what it says currently, because it says twice currently, right?
I think so.
Just give me a
That's why I was a
second.
little confused that I had it all in blue. I thought that had something.
I just assumed that it was.
Meet twice yearly with the Council of School Councils is what it says today.
Oh, and see, I think that's why we changed it to the facility.
We said facilitate it so that they could have a meeting all on their own if they wanted to.
I just think it's stepping on, like, I think that they should be able to maintain their autonomy. It's more for their protection, in my opinion, than so that we are not controlling their, like, they're their own and they stand.
So would you like to leave it the same as what it was, meet twicely with them, twice yearly?
Just leave it. I would take out twice.
Because that's what we were gonna do.
But unless it says we have to meet.
It just, it doesn't say twice, it just says must meet with your council, school council.
Yeah.
It's
then
like a one-liner in the Ed Act.
I just think leave it what the Ed Act says, because then it gives the board allowance to say we're gonna meet this once, 5 times.
Yeah.
You know, whatever, maybe something's going on.
So we could just put meet annually with the Council of School Councils, right?
I think so. I mean, it's getting done once a year, minimum. It can be more,
Could be more.
that's all I.
So are we making these changes as we're going here? So
Well, I'm keeping a note of them, and then when we bring it forward for second reading, then all the changes will be in there. And I'm sure Chris is doing it. No, I got it.
I only have one screen, I
I know.
can't flip back and forth.
I got it. Good.
If you say numbers, digit, like 2.6, I can't.
Well, and that's what I'm doing, it's just because like, yeah, like remove blue, keep blue, word out, yeah, no, I gotta forget. Yeah. I just said wording in the Ed Act, so we can definitely tweak it, like, we can still make changes at second reading too, right, so. So then the next thing that we had was the 4.5 about changing the approved purchases, because we had talked about, with the busing and stuff like that, that if a good deal came up and we can get some buses at a cheaper price, well, if it's not, because sometimes things come up pretty last minute, and there's not a very long deadline on it. If we can give her, the Secretary Treasurer approval for 250 versus 150,000, then it could come into if some big sale comes up on buses and we know we need buses, purchase them a little bit ahead of time versus waiting and having a meeting in August or whatever. So this has been talked about a few different times to move that limit up.
It's attached to the agenda. 6 point.
Slightly different than the bus conversation. This is just like small things that come up, really, it's like now there's no small thing under 100.
Well, that's too, you're talking
Like, I'm totally in
inflation.
favor of this. The bus one though is kind of twofold, right, that we still approve annually an evergreen process of the buses, and that kind of gives them a budgeting, and it's gonna be more. Yeah, you know what I mean, so
We're at 4.5.
It wouldn't, you'd approve, you're right, you'd
Yeah.
approve the evergreen process for school buses so that if Merlin's at a meeting and this comes up, he can buy that within the constraints. I can approve it within the constraints of the evergreen plan that we have, which is 10 years more.
and the reason I just wanted to make that specific is because I think that it should be in the work.
No, for sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, and I just remember we talked about it all at the same time, and I kind of fused two conversations together.
I just don't want it to.
No, for sure.
I think that one of the thoughts behind this as well is that when this policy was developed a number of years ago, what you could buy for $150,000 cost you $250,000 today.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure.
This was one of the first things I did as a trustee, like, not me, I mean, one of the first topics was to bump it to 150.
It was 75.
I was gonna say, it was like nothing.
So in 8 years, I think that that's relevant, that we.
Thank you.
So, one quick question. So what they're really saying is, in 2020, when this policy was drafted, with 150, what you could have bought for 150 in 2020 is costing now 2000. Is costing us 250,000. in 2025, 5 years later?
Yeah, I was gonna say not entirely, but
So IMR projects such as like a school needs, a step redone or something like that, that could just be a minor thing that they can improve. The administration can go ahead and make that approval as long as it's under 200. Or for an example, Springfield, when they connected some of the portables, would have been a good example of the time that we switched it, right, in my part. So then they made that hallway, right, to attach all of those things. So they were able to go ahead and do that had it been under 150. Without board decision.
Inside.
Yeah, so, and those things usually happen when it's not very often, but they, like this summer, there's a, that was over 150, or else it would have been on that document that we approved earlier. So now, we're just saying, to do any of those projects, you're likely at $250,000 to get it done. It doesn't mean that's how much they have to spend. It's any little tiny IMR type projects that are gonna cost under that, go ahead and do them. We don't
And
need to hold you up.
It was probably, sorry, that number was probably 150,000 since 2018.
No.
Oh, yeah, before that
2008.
it was 75.
yeah.
So it was moved to $150,000 in 2008, not 2020.
It would have been
It was
2018, she was
18.
brand new on the board in
Yeah.
17.
Something else must have changed to get that.
Well, we could have just reviewed
Every
it.
time
Yeah,
we
it got
review
reviewed,
it
not
or
changed.
change anything, then that gets. Yeah, so, yeah, I think that would have been the change on 2018, 2019, it could have just been a review or something else. It could be those.
No, I think the intention there is good. So just for my own education, I want to know how many times we have missed an opportunity to let's say, to buy a bus. And because, the cap was $150,000. How many, or to build the high connections? Because, it was, it's why a lot of instances lately.
I don't know if we've missed anything, the bus,
Just the buses this year.
the buses this year, I know we missed out on that because we didn't.
There's been other things that have happened throughout the years. I don't have a list of when that happens because it'll come to the table, we'll have an opportunity, but then we wait for a board meeting. But I don't, it's happened a few times, not a huge amount, but it is a missed opportunity. And sometimes the other thing that happens is it may not just be the project, it may be the contractor to do the project. So because we had to wait for a board meeting, they took another job and we lost out. So it wasn't necessarily the price, but because I had to wait for that. Right.
Okay, I see. I think we're trying to answer two problems here. The way I see my issue with 250,000 moving from 150,000 to 250,000 is like a receding horizon. So probably we're sitting at 250,000 this year. Probably we have the same issues at $500,000. Right? So it's like almost like a receding horizon. So I think we need to word something in the policy that will allow the staff to react on some of those opportunities that happen when they show up on the door, and probably keep the $150,000. But those cases where we need to hold the contract, it's pretty much it's a special case, and probably we need to give them leverage to act on those cases. Whether it's $100,000, $200,000, or $1 million, right? To give them a leverage to act on that, and then report to us.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what we were saying with the buses, is we have an evergreen process with the buses. Like every year, they come to us and say, hey, we need to spend
10% of the fleet.
or $7 million, $8 million on buses, right? So we're saying we want to move into this process of the evergreen 7 to 10% of our
10%, so 7 buses, right?
okay, that's where I get the number. 10% of our bus fleet could need to be reviewed. So we're saying annually, we should just say we give purview to our transportation team for that amount, and then we can just approve the final amount.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm saying it. I said the same thing. It's two different processes.
Exactly.
That's not really what this
No, that's what I said,
Okay.
I kind of merged two conversations, so this
Okay.
one is really not about the buses.
The buses
Okay.
is a bad example.
It was a very bad example.
Now, in this case, so why don't we keep it $150,000? Because we have a mechanism, a replicating mechanism.
So like she's saying, like that corridor that we did at Springfield,
Yeah.
that one, that's where that one came from, right? Was that, because it was gonna be, so originally it was 75,000. So that corridor was gonna be over 75,000. So to get that done over the summer, so if it's gonna be over 75,000, she has to have it has to be a motion from the board to have it done first. So then we would have to, if it's gonna fall over the summer, we would have to call a special board meeting, make sure everybody's available for quorum, and have that. So that's what it kind of pushes the process along, where if we say that there's 250,000 because of inflation and everything over the years, if a project like that comes up again that needs to get done, rather than going through the process and risk losing a contractor or whatever doing it, they have the privy to just go ahead and do it and then report to us afterwards.
And I think my fear is the 250,000 might not be enough. Probably with inflation, it can be $200,000 next time the project comes on, right? So because we're chasing something on the horizon that every time moves
Yeah.
forward, right?
Yeah.
So the issue is not to move this 150,000 to 250,000, but to find a mechanism to address those type of special cases and leave this $150,000 in place. So that's what I think I'll be comfortable supporting.
I think if I could just speak for a second, currently, if anything was gonna come up that was over today's $250,000, it's gonna be a long-term planning, 6, 8, 10 months or a year project. Whereas something that's gonna come up in the facilities department, that's gonna happen, all of a sudden we found a huge roofing issue, I don't know, Springfield Elementary School, that's gonna cost, $175,000 to fix. We wanna be able to make that, we want our staff to be able to make that decision now and then tell us about it. And you're right, at some point, 5 years or 10 years, it might be $500,000 to fix a roof. But today, well, the policy committee felt that $250,000 would cover most of those things, right? $150,000 more. You can't get a roof done for $150,000. And that's, what happens is we got a guy that comes around and inspects all of our roofs and he says, yeah, this one's gonna cost this, this one here needs to be that done. And so we send out for tenders and their tenders come back in and we think they're gonna be about 130, 40,000 and they end up being 195,000 for the best tender. Today's process, Rhonda has to wait for the next board meeting. So we come in, we put it on the agenda and we approve it. Now the guy that's had the $170,000 tender says, sorry, you took too long, I'm doing a roof for Holy Family. So it's just so that they can capture it. And I understand what you're saying, the moving horizon, that it may not be enough, but the policy committee felt that in today's dollars, 250 would cover most of those things that the decision needs to be made on, or we can't wait for a board meeting.
How much is the typical, is it emergency volume?
Pardon me?
Is it, we call it emergency volume?
A special board meeting.
Special
Yeah.
board volume? How much it costs to call the special board meeting?
Well, it would be all of our wages for how long it takes,
Probably.
Yeah, but during the summer though, it would be, is everybody available, right?
in
That's,
summer,
this
okay, I
is
see.
just over the
This is for
summer.
summer,
Yeah.
the summer
It's
month?
for any time.
Well, it is
This is for any time, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then for bigger projects, they bring it to us and we say, yes, please go ahead. And it would be the discrepancy of 250. It's not the total project, it's more than 250. Once we've said, yes, please go ahead with that. Rather than bring it to the board and say, this is what we need to do, this is what we expect it to cost. Are you in favor of us putting this tender out, right? Or say yes or no. And then she says, well, all the tenders are like $400,000 more than we expected it to be, then it comes back to the board. If it's under 250 or 150, she can go ahead and make that.
And then still come to the board and say, this is the decision I
report,
made.
yeah.
These are the tenders that came in. We decided to go ahead with this tender and it's $230,000. And the board gives the,
Yeah.
the blessing as is, thank you for doing that, right?
You're required by law also to take the lowest tender, correct?
You don't have to take the lowest, but there has to be a rationale to the.
Yeah, there has to be a very good reason for not taking it.
But there are exceptions to that, so.
Yeah, there are some
Yeah.
exceptions.
But when you just,
Money usually has to be close tender.
the whole thing is the tender process. Like, we don't buy anything of any substantial dollars without going through the proper purchasing processes, right?
So I'm thinking contracts for, putting up new fencing, building.
Madam Chair, the other, I think Trustee Rush mentioned the other cost. This piece, in its original intent, was to enable the administrative team to be proactive in decision-making to capitalize on good deals. So, in the summer in particular, I think it's often referred to as the summer one because there's that month in July when there's no meeting, but it's any time during the year. Tenders roll in, so let's take where we are today. Tomorrow morning, or next week, tenders roll in for a piece of work that we're doing, and it's, the lowest bid is 180, but we know about that company. We had a lot of issues with them before, and we're not going to. Next lowest bid is 190. We have to wait until the September board meeting. By that time, as Trustee Rushton mentioned, that company has picked up another job because they bid on a job in Grand Prairie, and they're not even interested anymore. Now we're left going back to the third highest bidder, which is $100,000 more, or not do the work. So this allows the administrative team to be more responsive to get critically important work done. And the safeguard pieces are like looking at the policy and saying for incoming trustees 2 months from now, and what is the risk here? The risk here is actually nil, relatively nil, because whenever this is executed, whenever big projects are executed, Secretary Treasurer, we will bring forward a report saying, hey, since we last met, it was a piece of work and we share all the details and that we spent $5,000. Now, if it was $290,000, that'd be a problem with this wording here because we've gone over the threshold. So this threshold allows a lot of work to get done in a timely fashion, cost-efficient way that actually is helps with the financial health of the organization. And yes, you certainly, there would be worries if there weren't safeguards in place, but as you all well know, there's lots of safeguards in place here with regard to how money is managed. And this is about allowing the division operation to be responsible.
I guess it's, for me personally, I was there at the $75,000 one.
Yeah.
And I opened a lot of tenders that were 77 and 81 and 94, and we had to wait. We couldn't pull the trigger on it. So I think that in today's market, 250 kind of covers most of the things that are going to come up, although some long-term planning that's needed.
Now, for the 250,000, what is the approval process? One thing clear that now, on the personal side, what is the approval level? I mean, is it the manager waking up somewhere and launching a project, or what's the internal approval process?
I don't know what those limits are right now.
Sorry, I'm not sure what the question was.
So the question, wait.
Well, maybe I can just,
No, let
who can approve the 250? And who can, like if Merlin couldn't just decide, oh, I got a smoking deal on some buses, I can spend up to, 250. That's not him. That's my opinion. That's the Secretary Treasurer's decision.
So ultimately, it's my decision, right?
Yeah,
I'm the person responsible to the board, but that financial piece is delegated to the Secretary. Obviously, if that started to go sideways, that becomes a massive issue for me as a professional individual. So we have all kinds of safeguards in place. So Rhonda would have the authority to sanction projects now, 150 and below. With this change, it would be 250 and below. And there'd be month after month after month when that wouldn't even be executed. But from time to time, it would be really important to have that threshold, and it would ultimately save the board potentially time, money, and get it to a place where whatever the project was, you get a fix. So what about a gym floor? We find out in May month when the gym floor is caving in.
In my head.
Right? It's caving in. And we get down underneath our people and say, holy smoke, we got a main beam going through that's actually rotted up because of moisture. So we get the tender process out, and they come back July 1st, 3rd, and now we either have to call a meeting of the board or be in a position to respond to that up to the new threshold or the 150 at this point, if you approve this to the new threshold. And it just allows that work to be done. There's no delays, hopefully it's done, and before the kids come back to school in September, they didn't even know it got done, other than the fact that that little dip in front of the basketball, it's gone now, right? Yeah.
Just to follow up on that, from working at the manager level in the building, the managers can't approve anything. I mean, really, the amount of money that a manager in a department can approve is insignificant. They always have to go, but the secretary treasurer is in the same building down the hall. Now, it used to be in 2 different towns, right? But, so this is at a high level business, right?
But ultimately for us, we only need to worry about the superintendent, right?
Yeah.
So anything that, like, it really, after him, it's not our job to delegate or know who's doing what. We know that Jeff's accountable for it, so if we ever see an issue or have questions about it, then that's when we would have Jeff tasked with proving where the safeguards are and all that kind of stuff, right?
He would come to me, and then I'd work with my team and share the information, and then you decided that was good or not good, and what your next step would be.
It also reads specifically as to approve purchases, contracts, leases.
Yeah.
They can't just.
But the lease agreement can be anything.
Yeah.
So I mean I can lease it 20 computers. 200 computers. That, I think my question was answered.
Yep, okay.
So definitely, the superintendent is the last gate to get this 150,000. Definitely that.
Yeah. Okay, and then after that, it's just the other 4.8 there with the other changing 3 to 5. And that was the only other updates on this policy. So what was that?
Had an X that I wasn't sure
Oh. Scared me for a minute. I'm like, what did I miss? So is there any other discussion on policy 2 draft? Would anybody entertain motion to pass for first reading? Right? Okay. All in favor? We are 6. Perfect. And sorry, the first reading
As
with
amended.
making those amendments, right, as amended, because I have those changes on. Okay, so then policy 2, appendix A. Oh, this is the work plan. So this one, yeah, this one we went a bunch of stuff back and forth on this one. So yeah, so we said the following guideline is our events and regular happen in our school. And some do change time to time. And I think this is where we were kind of going with when it came to a manual or whatever, it's just because then it's easier to change, because who knows what might change easily in a division, and maybe we start going a different route with things. But as of now, the appendix, it is easy enough to change if we need to. We did say like we'll have to add in the PSBAA events because they weren't in here. We did want to have the discussion about, and I don't know if we do this here or whether it's budget, but we did talk about the admin meetings again. We used to be in attendance at the admin meetings and we weren't. And then there's been some chatter about whether we should be back, but did we kind of no, we changed it. We used to go and then we didn't, or we used to go and then we changed it to one person went, you were only there for a bit of it. But now the admin meetings have changed so much too. They're not necessarily everybody all together in one building anymore. Sometimes they're all done virtual and then they're meeting with their schools afterwards. So we just kind of wanted to have a little bit of that conversation on whether we want to bring back the admin meetings.
I think when we did go to the admin meetings, it was a disaster because it was during COVID. I remember that. Trying to get into this different room. I don't know.
Oh, online, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and see, and I think before, sometimes, we said for some of us that were there before when it was open to all trustees, it was nice to go and see your superintendent interact with staff, because for a lot of times we don't get to see that. So that's where we actually got to see our superintendent do their job and how they interact with the principals and stuff. But then once they started getting like into actual conversations about what's going on, we'd kind of stay for the morning to the general division stuff, have lunch with staff, and then we would leave. Then there was some chatter about that some of the principals may have felt a little bit uncomfortable with the trustees being there, because they kind of felt that it was a little bit impeding on their time to be discussing with theirs. So then that's when we started kind of pulling back a little bit. And then now it's just, we don't go anymore. So we just wanted to have that conversation because it was brought up at the policy meeting about whether we should be going back to those or not. I definitely don't think we need to bombard all the principals with all 7 of us by any means. Whether we look at, we thought maybe, because we went to 1 and just everybody kind of rotated around. But I guess at the same time, we do need to get a little bit of feedback from principals at the same time too. Because if they're just, no, that's too uncomfortable for them, then I don't think we should be pushing on that. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to have a little bit of a conversation on that part with the admin meetings.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll just make a quick comment here. You know, if you ask me, is this a crystal clear approach with regard to the role of the important role of governors in the system versus the managers of the system? I would say to you that this is probably not the wisest use of their time, and it's because for one, it blurs lines between management and the governance. Not for me. By the way, I'm not saying, oh, I'm nailing it up the park, but I'm just saying I'm comfortable here. I've been here. I know pretty well everybody. Everybody knows me and who I am. Not only here, but I've come to the division. And whether you like that or don't like it, people know who I am, and here's what you get. But for an incoming superintendent, having meetings with his management team and school administrators for her, and having the trustees present, probably creates a bit of a hiccup in the system. There are times when some of the conversations that would unfold probably would be shifted because trustees are there. Because as I think a trustee said earlier today, you are very powerful people. You gather at this table, you have a lot of clout, and with the roles and responsibilities. And so, if we're trying to establish, and the board is trying to send a strong message that it's got its game together with regard to their role as governors, and then there's the management operations side, I would say having regular meetings with the principals is probably sends a really, really mixed message. And some superintendents might perceive it, I don't, some superintendents might perceive it as, wow, this is a level of micromanagement here, like I'm feeling very uncomfortable with this. I need space to lead my team. What I would say is that there are times when it's really valuable for trustees to be with principals. And one great example was you did 2 years ago when you came together and met with principals around the education plan. Not to this day, but subsequent to them, several times over and over again, principals would say, that was a really good meeting. We had a great conversation with trustees, and people were at various tables, and we were having wonderful conversations about the education plan. So if, and we could set, so if it's the desire of the board to put a policy in place or a statement in a policy whereby there is that interfacing, what I would recommend to the board is rather than attending our management level meetings with our staff, we designate one of our meetings, principals meetings, for the purpose of looking at review, there's a piece here in quarterly review, or reviewing targets and how we've achieved them. And having that kind of meeting, say, hey, it's in relation to your strategic plan. How are we doing? What are the challenges you're having around enhancing literacy and numeracy skills? Because then it's a strategic meeting, and it's a governance-related meeting. So it's your meeting where you're inviting principals in versus you coming into the principals meeting. And I know it's semantics in some ways, but set it up very differently, and you are strategically positioning yourself there to say, Absolutely. We are in the governance side of things, and we have, staff that does the operations side of it. And a meeting where you're a great meeting with principals and vice principals, we frame it as such, but it's your meeting, it's a governance level meeting, and it wouldn't be the normal meetings that we have as a management level team. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
And I think it allows you to, for for me or for any future superintendent, it would still allow you to see how, the relationship that he or she has with staff. Your meeting, and we'd obviously be involved, and the team here would be involved in helping you set it up. But we could set that up, not only in the years when a new strategic plan is coming forward, but I'll give you another example. So in May month, we have to do an updated version of the education plan. So there could be a meeting sometime prior to that where you bring principals into your meeting. Now it's principals are coming in, vice principals, and so, oh boy, we're going to meet with the trustees versus the trustees coming to, quote unquote, their meeting. I don't want to send the wrong message here, but I think how you frame it really positions you strategically well around saying we are the governors of the system. And we're having a governance level meeting whereby we're inviting principals and vice principals to the table because we need to hear from you. See the difference between the two?
So personally, as a trustee and an elected representative, I feel a particular connection when I interact the principals and the school staff. So in the sense that it brings me closer to my electorate, the people in my division, in my ward, right? So I think at some extent I understand we don't want to be micromanaging the superintendent's duty, but we need also that umbilical cord connection with the staff, and we must not undermine that. It's very important. So that's what I want to bring as a comment.
No, and I think that we used to.
Excuse me, that's right. Oh, I'm still going to leave the door open, but I'm going to shut it.
Yeah, thanks. No, and I think that in past years too, like we had the one day that we would meet with everybody, like before teachers convention and stuff. So it was separate from like their management meetings, but then it was something that included all of us too. So, but just then COVID happened and things moved online, and so yeah, we just need to see where we're comfortable. But then maybe that's it, is that we find one of those days here and there that we are meeting with principals, but not at, like Jeff said, not at their meeting when they're doing all their business, right?
I think that from my perspective, and I totally get where you're coming from, Jeff. If the principals, the administrators in our schools are somewhat uncomfortable with us being in the room because of, we're the governors and we're where we are and we're coming into their meeting, then that is the wrong thing that's happening. And behind this, and maybe it's too early in the process to be talking about this, but at some time I think we need the staff around the division to understand that the board has a plan moving forward, an overarching plan for the employees and everybody and the students in the division. And we need to advertise that. We need to be able to talk about that. And if it takes some time and we don't have this in here now, then maybe it's in a year or 2 years down the road when we start letting everybody know what we're about and the things that we're interested in and the things that we're interested in seeing. And maybe it'll take a couple of years, and then the principals will say, "Oh my God, yeah, just love to see when the board members come into the room. Like them to be here and hear things that we're talking about, right?" We're not there yet. I know when I was a manager in the division, I was scared shitless. I had to talk to the board because they said, "Oh my God." But now I'm sitting at this table thinking, why was I like that, right? It's because the board never interacted with us at all. And so we never got an opportunity to know these people that were working on our behalf hard all the time. And we never had an opportunity to let them hear us talking in an everyday situation, right? And I go back to just recently when we were talking about the student engagement sessions, I think that that's been an issue with administrators for a while. And finally, they just said, can you just tell the board, like, it's a big process for us. If we'd have been there, probably could have heard that a year or two ago and straightened that out, because we were putting a lot of undue pressure and hardship at the school level to satisfy something that selfishly we wanted. And maybe we could have, if we had worked collectively from a governance operation perspective, just in that little bit of time, a couple hours every 6 weeks, we would have got that. And the administrators of the school would have felt a whole lot more comfortable with their trustees being in the room, right? So if it doesn't belong there now, it may belong there once this board kind of gets an opportunity to let everybody know what our plan is.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, just to say as well, yeah, thank you very much. I certainly, one of the other thoughts I had is, for example, you could designate one of your own board meetings and have a section there where people, either all principals come in to meet in the morning, or there could be principals invited in who have matters they want to talk about, because I do agree that principals need to feel comfortable around trustees for sure. And we need to create safe spaces for people to feel that they can share their views. So creating a safe organization is really a really important priority. So just to give you an example, we'll have admin association meetings, and sometimes a principal will say something and it's like blunt to the point. So there's two ways to react to that, right? At least one way is to be really peeved off. That's
Oh.
So it's one thing for, one reaction would be get really, really hot under the collar. Why did that principal come across that way? And later have a conversation with that principal to make him or her feel, holy smokes, I'll never do that again. Another way is to say, well, you know what, I'm really glad you brought that forward. Thanks for bringing it up. Let's have the conversation. And afterwards say, the person sometimes comes up and says, I apologize for doing that. You know what? You don't need to apologize for bringing matters forward that are of concern to you, because that's what we need. We need that to be effective and responsive. So we're trying to build that culture. And I think, yes, there's ways and means for this to unfold, in my view, where the board can achieve exactly what it wants by virtue of what you hire, without blurring the lines between governance and operations, and without your incoming superintendent feeling that he or she is managed, that kind of stuff. And the biggest way forward would be around strategic matters, either the education plan, the AER report that you're sending up, or the updated report in the spring, or student engagement one. So there's lots of ways that could be done. So, I'd certainly be happy, members of the team, to work with you to craft something that allows you to achieve exactly what you want.
I think just on that note, like the experience that David and Lacey and I had in Dixonville was profound. Honestly, we sat down, we had lunch with the students in Div 3 and the principal, and we answered they had very well crafted, prepared questions that weren't easy, but we were able to answer them. And the principal admitted she didn't know everything that we had presented. And I think that was really something that we can continue when it's appropriate too. And again, in that 4-year plan of the life of a trustee, you get that in as part of your school visits. I think it was profound. And then we also have the other ways to reach out to staff. We have the TBAC meetings and the other one. Stack is you guys, yeah.
Support staff bus drivers liaison.
Which unfortunately, because we've been in constant negotiations, hasn't been happening. So some of us may not have even seen it, right?
Yeah.
So we do have those that can be very invented at any time by either side to make it more valuable, right? And maybe we open it up so it's not just 3 reps, but maybe it's a town hall of any staff members. But at the same time, it depends when we are in our growth stage, whether we can handle that or not. Because we can't just go your third month in and be fed to a town hall and answer all their questions confidently. I would be terrified.
Yes.
So as we go through these appendixes, you'll see there's lots of stuff touching on that. So I think as the policy committee, and I think we're okay to erase the bring back admin meetings sentence. We can just leave that, knowing that down the road, we would like to see a route for the governors to be able to interact with our administrators and our staff, and just come up with a couple of different ways that may work, right?
Well, and I think that same with that whole, our student community and school engagements, that would be another one where we're more hands-on with each individual school versus a whole bunch of us together and whatever. So, no, I already wrote down. Okay, then we had the quarterly review of the board's area of emphasis progress. We still have some questions on what the,
Never been good.
no, we have not.
My whole time we've never been good at this.
And
Is it mandatory to do this? Is it in, did you guys find out where that even came from?
No.
Okay, so a couple things, though, thoughts that I've automatically had, are doing things differently, we have an advocacy plan. That's huge, right? And to be reviewing that quarterly makes total sense, and if that's the same thing, I'm cool with that.
If you go back to the main body of the policy, and we talked about this just a minute ago, in 1.6, it says monitor the effectiveness of the division in achieving established priorities, desired results, key performance indicators. And if we don't know what those are, then it's hard to monitor.
Yeah.
So what we've put in here in this appendix, right below this, is to determine the division's priorities, desired results, and key performance indicators. So we're going to do that. And then we'll be okay with 1.6 in policy 2, right? And it's not something to do today. We just like to keep the line in there to say we're going to develop.
Yeah, I think you're bang on. It's our ed plan and our advocacy. It's what we have and what we want.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and there could be other things as well, right? For sure.
Okay, so same kind of thing, we'll kind of remove that blue, just we're gonna start being very, like, making it clear what these areas of emphasis are.
You're just removing the blue from the
Yeah.
quarterly review.
And even, like, so we review the ed plan annually, right? So it's at least once a year. And the results, right? So in line with what David was saying, plus then the advocacy plan. But if it's not necessary to be quarterly, then why put it in there just annually? Of course, we're gonna talk about it whenever it needs to.
I think if the board sits down, and they haven't done it since I've been here, on a day where we just say, hey, you know what do we want to look like down the road? Like, what do we want to be the things that we're measured on? Are we being successful? Because if you ask me today, I haven't got a clue. I don't know whether we're being successful or not, because I don't know what my targets are. When I was in the transportation department, I knew every day, and so did the people that reported to me, whether we were being successful or not, right? So we need to decide, I think, what are some of the things that we would like to see in the division from a governance perspective that our operations folks can take out there, and we'll know that. I mean, I'll just say one thing: is attendance. It's a thing with me, right? Attendance is an issue, and the board did a little wee bit of work. We asked Kristen to do a whole bunch of things, and it was really good, and it worked not too bad. But did we ever follow up on that?
Yeah,
If it was an annual thing, and we started out here, did the work that we discussed and asked to happen, did it improve attendance at the end of the year? Don't know. That's just one of those things that you can measure whether you're being successful. Right? So, I mean, I'm not expecting us to sit here and go through this today. Just at some point in time, it'd be really nice for the board to decide what are our key performance indicators, so we know whether we're winning or losing.
Madam Chair, I think what the conversation now, you're hitting the sweet spot.
Yeah.
That's, you talk about what's the role of governors, you're nailing it. It's education plan, that's yours. The priorities that are in it, what it is you want to achieve. Advocacy is the other one, and there's general advocacy, but then you could actually take on attendance as an advocacy piece, so that when you're having council meetings, board is front and center, their agenda item is attendance, the importance of attendance in school. So that's certainly something we can very, very much achieve. And whether it's quarterly, twice a year, 4 times a year, or more, that'd be a part of the conversation and the work of the board. So that's exciting, and I would note those two as really important pieces. And then you could actually tie back in meetings with administrators, because if you're doing an advocacy piece around attendance, or you're doing an advocacy piece around literacy development and or math scores that we continue to get eventually, then bringing the principals in and saying, hey, we, from a governance perspective, we really like to hear from you as to the kinds of things we can be helpful with. Now you've got that, you'll get good buy-in on that.
For sure.
Yeah, if we're creating a new advocacy plan, I would want to test drive it with them first to see if we're on track, or make sure we're asking for the things that they are dealing with on the front lines.
Well, when we have a day, and we're gonna have to take a day sometime, and it may not be till after October now, but we have to take a day and sit back and say, as a board, what do we want to be remembered for? What do we want our legacy to be? What do we want to do, right? And that means just kick back, and I mean, Jeff is gonna be there, and Rhonda's gonna be there, and they're gonna say, yeah, that makes a whole pile of sense, and then this is how we can make it work with you, right? But I think that needs to be done. I mean, there's kids in the school that don't have a clue what a trustee is, right?
Yeah.
Not have a clue, any idea. So anyways, that's not today. So we're okay to scoot down and about the July Consumer Price Index?
Generally though, David, I think that happens when we're onboarding new trustees, which you would have missed because you came in by election. That's generally what that first orientation is about, like, what do you want to accomplish, what do you want to see? That's generally when those goals are set, and then we're supposed to be going back and saying, hey, are we still? Which I feel like that's where we fall for, but that plan, there is a list.
Yeah, there is.
But I think that you're gonna see that next.
Might not be here.
Well,
Somebody will see it.
Maybe none of us will be here.
yeah, exactly. None of us will be sitting here. Okay, so yeah, but no, we were kind of on the right track there. So then the next thing is that we don't do the July Consumer Price Index anymore, and it's definitely not policy anymore. So,
I say scrap.
Just stroke it, right?
yeah, and then we just wanted to just not completely strike it without checking, because like we haven't been looking at it, because for the longest time, the reason why it was in there was because they would review it and then they would adjust their per diems to the inflation rate that was stated in that. We don't do that anymore, so it's kind of redundant to have it in there. So that's, yeah, we kind of wanted to just take it out.
What do we do now?
So like I said, the only reason that they had the consumer price index before was that they would bring it up in August, they would review the July one, and then accept it or whatever for information, and then adjust their per diem to match the inflation rate that was stated in the consumer price index. Second year or something, we took that off, that we do not adjust our per diems every year to the consumer price index. So we don't even do that anymore. We adjust our increases or anything like that at budget time, not in August.
So this used to be in August, Trustee Dion, to review the July Consumer Price Index as per policy 7.12.2.6. They've taken it, or we've taken it out of policy 7.12.2.6. There's not any sense in doing it anymore because it doesn't have any reference, right?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, you can look at it whenever, but it just has no tie to our policy anymore, so it's not a policy.
I'm just concerned because we're on August. Maybe
Yeah, I know.
another 11
Well,
months.
and I was gonna say, like, do we want, because there's a lot to go through with this one, do we want to hold it and we don't have to do a reading on this one, and then at the next meeting, have everybody bring their comments on it, because this one is gonna be a lot.
Yeah.
And feel free, like, reach out to David, Marie, or I, if you have any questions on this one, on what our train of thought was, or anything like that. Like some months there's nothing, like January, we made no changes, February, there was really nothing. So yeah, some months are nothing, but the first couple months were definitely heavy, so people might want a little bit more time to sit down. So, do we wanna table this one?
Yeah, we can.
Definitely okay with tabling it, but please, when we come to the September meeting,
Yeah.
be prepared.
Yeah.
See, cause like when I looked at it, I'm like, I thought we already did this part. So, yeah, anyway, okay, so I have clear direction now. For the next meeting, we wanna know our points.
Yeah, and like I said, and if you're able to bring them ahead of time, like send them to
Email
us.
them to you?
Yeah, just
Okay.
email them to the three of us ahead of time so that we can, because maybe if we get a bunch of feedback and we're totally off point on this, we might have to sit down and have another chat and bring another copy, right?
It would be really nice if everybody did send their comments or concerns so that the three of us
Yeah,
can.
the three.
We're gonna have a policy meeting, we just incorporate that, right? So then the next time we sit down with a whole group of people, we just bam, 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 done, right?
And then wait to
And
address
what
everybody.
is the other?
David, Marie, and myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so somebody wanna make a motion that we table appendix, policy 2, appendix
I will
A?
bring that in.
Voice, okay. All in favor? You're 6, perfect, thank you, guys. Sorry, do we want, what was appendix? Okay, appendix B, I don't think we made too many changes in that one.
Just the 5-year plan.
Yeah, it just changed all the 5 years to, or 3 years to 5 years. Because same kind of thing as we decided to hold off on this one a bit, because if the next board decides to do that manual thing, this will look completely different. So we didn't wanna kind of dig into it too much yet.
This one really bugs me though,
Um,
because it's not even accurate to me, it's a full
No.
rewrite. And if we were to rewrite it, I would rewrite it as how we did our last review, which was pretty clear outline that we were given by Norm Yaminsky. So if we could somehow get that, a copy of that, I would honestly just redo this, because this is so complicated.
Yeah.
I'd
And
like
I
to-
would need
working
to
on,
even
yeah.
pass this on to another board to even read it, in my opinion.
I would really like to do with this is print it on my printer and put it in my stove and burn it.
I would come to your fire.
I was gonna say, I'm in the
With my
process
readers.
of redoing this one, it took longer than what I.
But it's,
Well, I
we
think
now
you're
have
pretty-
the TSQs and it should be in line with that, in my opinion, and this is just so off the mark.
So do we want to bring a whole new appendix B to September?
But you're.
I'm starting on it, it's a more of a process than what I had time for this.
I don't think it has to be perfect, I just think it needs to be in line at least. Is TSQ the right?
So it's so there's a teacher quality standard, but for me, it's SLQ.
SLQ.
Superintendent Leadership Quality Standards.
Yes.
9 competencies.
Yeah, and that's what, so, cause like when we were looking at all the stuff from Prairie Land, that's exactly what theirs is, but it was more of, not necessarily these are the indicators, it's like, this is the process. So very much like what Norm did, but then it was like, okay, year 1, it's this, year 2, it's this, year 3, you go back to 1, like.
And I
it's-
don't feel like we have to invent this, I feel it's out there.
Oh, yeah,
So
Prairie
reach
Land
out
has
to
it, so.
ASBA and
Yeah.
get it and just replace it.
Okay, so we'll bring back a new appendix B. So we're gonna table appendix B then as well, policy 2. Appendix B, somebody wanna make that motion? Alright, sorry, I saw Bertie first. All in favor? For 6, perfect, thanks guys. Yeah, no, and I definitely slowed down a lot more this month, so, or sorry, like for September, so I can.
Well, I mean, I didn't expect you guys to be slaving on this also.
Well, no, and like a lot of it, and I thought I was gonna have more time, and that was before my theater shut it
Wow.
down.
I mean, every time I pull that appendix up, I look at it and say, nah,
I
I'm
don't
not
even
doing
read it past the first
Well, and
page,
that's
and
exactly
it's-
where we get for a day, and then we're talking, and we're like, oh, this is.
But I did feel like our last evaluation went quite well.
Yes.
So
Yeah. Okay, so policy 3, role of trustee. I don't think, yeah, there's not a ton of changes in here, so start at the top, we just, we wanted to know if we wanted to include the oath of office, so that when people are looking at the policy, like maybe before they run or something like that, they just are understanding what the oath of office is. But we weren't sure how people felt about that or not, or if it was appropriate, or like some places did, like when we brought up a couple municipalities and stuff, it has the oath of office right in there. We didn't know if it just added as an appendix, or just kind of wanted some vague thoughts on that.
I think appendix makes sense because, then everyone sees it and if it changes, then we just slip it in the new one.
Yeah, okay,
in the appendix, you said?
yeah, add as an appendix. Okay, that's good there. Under specific responsibilities, under 3, we just wondered if we wanted to, like, for a lot of people reading that, bring forward, respectfully bring forward and advocate for local issues and concerns. We didn't know if we wanted to add directly affecting the division. Sometimes we get things that get brought up and people want our help and our support, where lots of times maybe, not lots of times, but possibly it could be something that maybe is not something that we should be supporting as a school division or not. So we just didn't know if we wanted to clarify that in there or leave it the way it was.
I think we can just say affecting the division and skip it indirectly.
Just take that directly out.
Okay.
Actually, I think you can just leave it out, because if you're bringing anything forward, doesn't mean we're gonna take action.
Okay. No, we just, like I said, it was just something that
And I
came up
think
in
it's-
conversation, so we just
I
wanted
think
to
it's
share.
pretty easy to justify that everything affects the school division, so I don't know, I don't think it excludes or includes anything.
Okay.
Well, it's just- If somebody comes up and they really, really want you to advocate for the minor hockey league in Fairview because it's not getting enough funding as much as Peace River gets.
Yeah, like that's kind
Then
of.
you have to be able to go to your policy and say, well, you know what? We're not here to advocate for the Fairview minor hockey league.
Yeah, and that was kind of some of the conversations that came up, is when other groups want us to, help out.
Not that it's-
But it's not that it direct, it might affect some of the students in our school, but it's not really affecting the division of the school as a whole. So that's kind of where that conversation went.
Yeah.
But if people are clear that reads fine without that, then. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I put remove.
I'm neutral.
that'd help for me.
No, yeah, exactly. It was, like I said, it was just conversation that we had. 16, we were gonna remove the 16.3 because we said not every, we don't always have chamber of commerce in areas, and we just figured that it was the committees as assigned, because then in the other policy, we have listed all the committees. So we just figured just to kind of clean it up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Just rather than people are, and then all of a sudden there's a chamber meeting somewhere and everyone's expecting that we should have been there. It just, we don't need it. So that was just cleaning up and then adding in the Rural Caucus and our PSDAA. 18 was.
Caucus might even fall under. I don't know.
Well, we just felt that it was because it has annual meetings and it has all that kind of stuff too, where that, I would hold that in more value than going to a chamber of commerce, right?
Because we do go to rural caucus meetings and we're not assigned to that committee, right?
Yeah.
I've gone to a couple and I'm not assigned to them.
And then 18, become familiar and adhere to the trustee board of conduct and board of policy, and we just said board policy board, just to add it in there that, so that people know where to look. And I think that was it for that one, So if people are good with that one, if somebody wanted to make a motion to pass first reading on 3. Okay. Any other questions or anything on that one, or are we good? Okay, all in favor?
As amended.
As amended, sorry, yes, that we are 6. Okay. Same kind of thing with policy 3. It was more just changing 3 to 5. Oh, and then where it says current telephone listings and school listings of schools and principals. How did we? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I think it just be contact is more correct.
Right. Yeah. Well, and the way at first we were reading it was like, okay, well, we're not expecting them to hand out principals' numbers, so that's why we said names of the school principal, not because when it said the current telephone listings of school and principals, some people could read that, well, you're going to give me the principal's phone number. Then I'm like,
Are we on appendix C?
Sorry.
Are we on the appendix C?
Appendix A.
Or A?
Sorry. Did I skip one, or is that?
No.
No. Okay. Sorry.
It's just,
We skipped
it's
two.
hard to
Yeah,
pick
skip.
it from the consent.
So yeah, we just kind of, and then we just added in there the PSB membership as well. And then that was all on that one. So we're good on that one. If somebody wants to make a motion for the first reading. Any voice? Okay. All in favor? We are 6. Okay, so policy. Policy 3, appendix B, I think is what that should be. Yeah, it is on the thing. Okay, so then, yeah, we, like, going through a lot of this stuff, we weren't sure if this should be in the body of the policy or kept as an appendix. Because some of the stuff that it talks about in here is pretty important, and we just wanted to make sure that it wasn't getting missed. And then, down at the bottom in 5.1, a trustee's perspective when entering debate on an issue may arise on an issue may be informed by various means. We were just wondering if that worked that different. It just sounds weird. It was like,
Trustees perspective when entering debate on an issue may be informed by various means. Well, to me, it says that you can get your information wherever, like, you're bringing with you your knowledge to the table, so that's where I get.
well, and again, we understand what it's supposed to, like, and we've done it, but it just, when you first look at it and read it, it reads funny.
Try to meet them, I need a comma there, the trustee's perspective, comma, when entering debate on an issue, comma, may be informed by, or when entering a debate on an issue, comma, a trustee's perspective may be informed by various means. If that's, so if you're trying to tighten it, but if you don't like how that's set it all, then you need to be right.
Well, we just weren't too sure because, like, some people could, like, if we come in here and we come in with an idea or a position on something, and then if people start asking, like, well, where did you get that from? Well, like, just start talking to people, or I was at this meeting. Like, we just weren't too sure
I
how.
think it's more to prevent from saying, well, how do you even know that?
Yeah.
It has to come from ASBA or it's not real.
Yeah.
And that's what I see it as more of a, you have to allow them to get their information wherever they get there.
Well, and if other people are reading it that way, and maybe we just put some housekeeping with our commas in there, just so it maybe, reading it clearer, then I'm good with that too. We just wanted to make sure, because it was something that we just kind of hung up on a little bit when we were reading it. It just was.
It doesn't read very well, but
Yeah.
like Jeff said, if you put the commas in there, maybe you're,
Right, so
maybe it'll
Yeah,
get a little.
and if you figure out better words. That's what I think they
Okay. Perfect.
We can't censor where you get your.
Yeah, and then 5.3, we just added that because it was just missing and it needs to be there. And so, yeah, so we weren't sure, like, do you guys want to keep this as an appendix, or do we want to try and incorporate that into the policy?
If you look at, if you look at the board policies page and it says, it doesn't say it here, but it says our policy 3 appendix B fiduciary duty summary. So if you're looking for that, pretty easy to see,
Okay.
right? As an appendix.
Unless there's a way to reference it in policy 3, like when you reread policy 3 and bring it later, say as per appendix B, and that would be great, but otherwise, I agree. It's a lot of information that can stand on its own.
Yeah, if everybody's good with that, I'm good with leaving it as appendix.
It might be even in the preamble. It must mention fiduciary somewhere.
It does, well, it says about, I think in policy 7 as well. But no, if people are good with leaving it as the appendix, then that's totally fine. So, and if that's the case, then we just need a motion for first reading for the appendix B. And I'll remove that top part. David? All in favor? Oh, as a well, yeah. Okay, policy C.
Appendix C.
Appendix. Okay, so this was the one where we did do a little bit of changing too, and what the idea behind this was that we talked about the student engagement and like trying to, and we heard it when we went out to Dixonville, like a lot of people were like, you guys don't come up here anymore. And that's not the only school that's been heard from. So we had the chat about what we would like to see, and we did chat about it at this table as well too, is that 4-year rotation. Okay, well maybe we look at, we visit half the schools in the first year, and then we visit the second half of schools in the second year, and then the third year you go back to the first half of schools, see what improved, what changed year 4, you do the same thing your second half. So that we're not trying to get to every single school every single year, right? Like that's a lot. And okay, if we're gonna go out to the schools already, why aren't we engaging with staff? Why aren't we engaging with the students there? Why aren't we engaging with the community? Your municipalities, like if we're gonna be out there already, might as well just make it a day and spend the day at that school and meet with our students and meet, so then we can get that one-on-one, but more one-on-one with that local school and their staff and their students, and just do more of that, so we are seen in the school, and then, okay, so now what's wrong with your school? What do you need? What do you wanna see more of? Whatever, we can take all that back, see what we can do with it, and then the 2 years when we go back, what improved? Were we able to make some changes? Were we not? Do more of a follow-up that way. So that was the conversation we had at our table when we were looking at this, and it didn't really need to make a whole lot of changes to the actual policy or the appendix, other than changing the title, adding in that it's not just the schools, it's the communities as well. And then we would sit down with the superintendent, whether it's at a board meeting or whatever, and look, okay, how do we want these engagements to fully look like? And maybe it's not every single one of those. I had wrote down a kind of a draft of what we were talking about, but maybe it's not including every single one of those, but maybe it's 4 out of the 6 things that we had or something like that. But then sit down and look at it, and then hearing from community members and getting an understanding of their concerns. And not necessarily that everything is done and prepared by the superintendent, so that we are, then the local trustee can say, you know what, this is what's going on in our community, maybe these are some topics we should talk about, go from there. But then rather than, okay, we have municipality meetings, and then we have this meeting, and then we have this meeting, we're going out to the community, just do it all in one day. Is what we were kind of thinking about, saving budget-wise, day-wise, all of that.
It is, just for the policy's sake, we don't talk about that. But when we do meet on that day when we're gonna plan what this board's gonna do over the next 12 months, this will be one of those
Yeah,
things. And then we can sit and say, okay, we said in our policy that we're gonna go out, and hear from the community members, how we're gonna do that, right?
Yeah.
And it may be what we said, that, we would have a meeting with the staff and the students, and then just hang around and the community later, or it might look totally different, right?
Yeah, oh, exactly, yeah, those were just totally what we discussed, the 3 of us, but that doesn't mean that it can't be changed once we sit down and actually decide what we wanna do.
Just, I think it's important that in the appendix, that we added the community portion to this as well, right?
So is there any comments or questions with the changes that we made here?
I will make one comment on the first line.
Okay.
So I think the sentence would read, the board believe that periodic formal visit to schools within the division instead of to our school. I think the word hours here is a little bit, it's really exclusive, and it's really narrow. So we should rather state it as school within the division.
Okay, yeah, no, I get what you're saying, yeah.
So you're okay with saying to schools and communities within the division?
The communities are outside the division though. See what I mean?
Okay, so
but
schools
the
within the
school are
division?
within the divisions, and the communities. That's the only comment I have.
One, I worry about no later than the October meeting each year. October meeting's pretty full, and it's right at the beginning when nobody knows nothing on the election year. Did I just say nobody knows nothing?
Do what?
Excuse me.
That means everybody knows everything. Double negative, eh? That's good. We do love the.
And I think the reason why we had that October there was because we said this would be something that we would talk about like at our August or September meeting when we were doing all the planning and just get it done. Because we used to have that done in August, except on an election year,
Yeah.
exactly. Because in August, we used to sit down and we're going on November 3rd, we are at this school, and that used to happen in August, right? So we gave it a little bit of wiggle room that if we said by the end of October, then if August is crazy and we can't, or September, we might have a strike and we can't, like, it gives us a little bit of time that we can figure stuff out. And then it accommodates election year.
I don't think it does accommodate election. Your first meeting is the October meeting. Are you on the next school?
We did our first year.
I know.
Well, I think that,
Like, I think you're gonna get a much Or unless that first year, unless you're gonna set that first year is always facility tour. That's what I'm saying. Like this is another one that I never revisit because I feel like we don't adhere to it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, we're hoping to maybe.
We do it, but it's different all the time. But if you wanted to incorporate like an example of kind of a 4-year plan into it, then I would suggest that rather than making hard deadlines. But on election year, I don't know when it's asking a lot, I think.
Okay, and we do kind of have a draft,
Yeah, I
so we can.
I don't think that, I think they put too much emphasis on the election year. Let's just make the plan. The new people coming in will just inherit it. You know, we're gonna go to Manning School in November.
Yeah, that's right.
And
that's
you
kind of
got
what
elected,
happened
right?
with
So
us.
there you
It's
go.
already done.
Otherwise, you know, everything we do in August and September is kind of waiting, oh, it's gonna be you guys. Maybe we shouldn't do any work in August and September, just waiting for them to come in. I don't know.
Well, I think, and it would be easier, I guess, for you guys to
Newbies
plan,
to
if it's
do.
already set there and it just might be new people at the table, then.
Just thinking about the timeline, truthfully, for this to work the easiest, from the school perspective and the scheduling perspective, the schedule really should be set in June.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Because then the administrators have enough notice. We have the ability to get it in schedules because that's when we're planning the following year. So
For
if
most of our stuff, we would know the dates from June, okay, for like our FGMs and stuff, so I
we
think that
should,
would.
yeah, we should be able to know everything because the org meeting is in June. And that's when you're setting your meetings, you're setting all of that stuff. So they should be done at the same time. And it could even be done at the org meeting.
That's what I was just gonna
because
say, I wonder if we say that.
I think it fits better. And logistically, it's a lot easier to, you're not then disrupting other things.
I agree with that,
Okay.
except we have that exception.
But
If you're just
it
gonna bring
would work.
forward a suggestion and they're gonna say, yeah.
But really, I think it would work for an election year because it takes the pressure off
Like,
and you have a structure and the schools that you're visiting, so the pressure isn't there.
So we would do it in the June meeting of each year,
Yeah.
which is fantastic,
Yeah.
except this year.
But then I think we still need to do it in the June meeting, even though it's not an organization.
No, except for,
Now, we have.
we've
that
already
in
gone past June, so we don't
still-
want to miss the student engagement, community engagement for this year.
Yeah,
But
no, I.
you're absolutely right. Then the school says, oh shit, we got this happening in November, we got that happening. Yeah, okay, cool, we'll plan around that, right?
Yeah.
So you want to change that to June?
I think, yeah, we can change that to June for sure. And then this year, we're just gonna have to wing it, because we would definitely like to start it. So we'll have to come up, if we come up with a blueprint kind of thing,
Yeah.
to see how we do for the September meeting, and then just get those dates.
And then
out to
maybe
schools.
we'll have our operations people, talk to the administrators like they did for the Dixonville one and say, put your hand up if you want to volunteer to have some trustees come out,
Yeah.
meet in the community this year.
Well, and it doesn't mean that they like the visits have to happen in the fall. It could be in the spring,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just we want the dates, we want it planned, and this is what we're gonna say we want it looked at, because then in 2 years, we're gonna come back, right? So it doesn't mean that it has to happen, the visits actually have to happen in the fall, but, okay, so I'm gonna change October
Catch.
to June. Are we good with the rest of the wording?
Or can we just table this one until because it kind of goes hand in hand with the work plan as well. I'm just wondering.
I don't think, well,
Are
sorry.
you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm definitely okay with it.
Just changing.
Yeah.
One. To two, is that what we're doing?
That's all I've heard so far, so unless anybody else has other things. That and taking out our, that one, yeah.
I think that number 5, where you could change may to will, I know you talked about the intention behind that. But then there was also a comment made about whether or not it needed to be as strongly worded. Like, what happens if you've organized a meeting, but you just can't fit in with the student group? But your policy says that you will do all 4 in one meeting, or in one day.
There's, to me, this one
I'm sorry, I'm not sure your
Well,
question, Chris. I'm sorry.
so it, like right now you have it worded that every time you do this school tour, the trustee visit will include involvement in a classroom, involvement with a student group, involvement with staff, and involvement with community members. But what happens if it's just not possible to schedule
So-
all 4 of those things in one day?
So we unstroke may and stroke will, and that'll,
I think so, like,
Yeah.
you know what the intention
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
like,
So we're just gonna, so 5, I think we will just keep the may.
Yeah.
Or do we want to say the one or all, like, do we want to
should
keep that as well?
strive to, or just.
Okay, I can work on 5.
we know what the intention is. It can go back to the way it was before and just adding the community members on the back end of it.
Yeah.
May have one or all.
Yeah.
Right? Good
I
catch,
like
Chris.
the way.
Pardon me?
I like the way.
Well, the only problem is when we set this up in June, then we get to the school and we find out that, you know, the classes that we were gonna spend time with have gone skiing and the only other people who are in the building writing exams, and we just can't meet with them that day, right? It's just, this gives, our intent is still to do all of those for sure.
And okay, with the 4 trustees, that's what it was before. We always had 4 trustees. Do we want to change that at all, or?
I think that that's not always possible. We had an excellent visit, 6, 7, 3 of us. So I don't know why, like, I just don't know if it's necessary.
Are you suggesting maybe stroke the whole thing, or lower the number?
I would,
Why do you have to put any number in there?
yeah, I would just
You can go
stroke it,
stroke
because
too.
we're always gonna do our best to get as many
Yeah.
as possible, but if they just can't, and there's something going on, we don't wanna.
Well, and then that's what I definitely can see where you're coming from too, because then maybe it's an area that we really, really need to be seen at. I would think that the school and the community would appreciate whether 1 or 2 showed up versus
Yeah.
not showing up at all.
Stroke 2?
Okay. Any other comments or? Okay, somebody want to move for first reading as amended? I'm gonna give you this one.
Yeah.
All in favor? 6, okay.
So I'm just thinking that the next thing is gonna go one of 2 ways. Either it's gonna be trustee rushed and left the room at 4:01, or we took a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay, let's recess for 5 minutes.
And you don't have to-
And then we're just gonna have.
We have to break
Restroom.
recess.
Yeah, that's almost virtual. Yeah, no, and that, the other one, I've been working on it. It's actually, it's in there, I think. You know what I mean? But I think like, and I definitely don't disagree with the classical part. I think those. And that's what we said, like, if we're gonna be going there already, we might as well meet the students, be there, or, staff, and have it up there, see whether it's the chambers or and all the families, it might be other municipalities. You can show it all up. And then for schools, we're hoping that it will be less impactful on them. One day, we're asking for 1 day to have all of this ready. We're not asking you to bring students for this day for student engagement. We're not asking for students for this day engagement. We're not asking for, exactly, right? So I think that what the goal is and what the hope was that this would be less stressful on students. and then they gotta be ready for us for one day. And we're hoping that all stuff that happens. That this would be considered right, this ordinance too. That's like. Yeah, so that's where that comes from, that so compare based on what on an NWB told you.
I don't think so, because it's gonna be high level. This is their class, they wanna work with us.
Yeah. As it's representing,
This is our issues to the community. So that's where that conversation is really. Yeah. Because, now that would change.
I mean, because, so that we can.
We're like, no.
So the town.
So that's what we're saying, this help.
An application.
I think then they're gonna see all the struggles or successes and whatever, and then they're gonna come back in 2 years.
What is it, like, they're willing to do like years, nothing is gonna change.
And that shows our, like, results, right, like, we want to, okay, well, this is kind of what we're planning. How to get out of this.
I think we did.
Yeah, and like, I got notes, pages, and pages, and talked about it, and kind of, yeah, like, timelines, and how that's about for education, like, hey,
Where do you wanna build this?
Students have some staff.
The town is interested
And we
in
can meet
doing something,
from the after.
understanding, field house, something, and they wanted to in conjunction with us.
so then we're putting things out to the community, like what are they having us pay on?
Council, how do you have thing to put on this?
They do or don't have
Yeah.
a relationship with us, where do they want to build the school? We'll give them the realities of modernization versus a new school and the realities of getting a new school. Those are the conversations that we're gonna have. So if they say adamantly, no, we want our 2 schools and we want them modernized, they know what the risks are. We still go ahead with that scoping, but that's the plan that we move forward.
Yeah, so at the end of the community meeting, we do need some like compiled feedback that says this is what the community is sure wants.
Yeah, so K to 12, 2 schools modernized, 1 new K to 12, look into partnerships with WP or don't look into partnerships with WP. Where and what kind of attractions do they want with the town? Pool, field house, curling rink, what is it that would make the biggest difference?
And that's up to the town. Cause that feels like something the town would need to.
They will have to, but we'll take the recommendations to the town and they're putting in for their capital fund, right?
Yeah.
And that's gonna be outside of what our school bill is, but still, that way we're all.
Yeah, I think you could do the high level expense. Yeah, and are they only interested in campus one, or are they interested in more students?
Yeah.
How are they still committed to what they said at the CAO said, that they want to partner with the largest population to go research the infrastructure, make it the centerpiece of the community.
Yeah.
And then from there, we'll take just schools, said, last staff, the last parents, we can summarize it.
And we also have to talk about the realities and the values.
Professional. My mind's going to like the methods.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like trying to like.
Yeah.
Alright, it's gonna be.
And how much we can plan ahead of like the town meeting is what I was.
Yes.
About. We can pretty well plan everything ahead.
I really.
Alright.
Okay, so we're on 6 point, sorry? So yeah, so attached here is the invite for our Edwin Power Credits of Education Awards banquet in Grand Prairie with the ASBA who's on 1 meeting. So everybody should have gotten the invites and stuff to that and the links to respond. Did everybody respond?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and what about our Edwin Park nomination, Friends of Education? Did somebody respond? Somebody has to submit their names or whatever, put in a response.
We'll do that.
Okay. So then is everybody, David, are you going?
Yes.
Yeah, and you'll travel on your own or?
Yes.
Wait, are you going?
No, okay.
Okay.
The 27th.
Oh,
September
17th, okay. Yeah, pretty sure that I was.
Sorry, what email was that? So send it over.
It was from Lacey, right? Oh, maybe it was it from Lacey?
I was supposed to say, yeah, it would come from Lacey.
August 6th. August 6th and August.
16th, right? Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, I have a few things to move around, but I think I'll.
You have to let them know by September 5th.
Okay, and then you'll,
So I'm going as well.
The board meeting.
the next thing. Yeah. So I guess we'll just do some text in here later about anybody that wants to carpool or whatnot. I'm not too sure. I think Lacey was going, so. Edith, you weren't sure yet?
So this one is in.
Yeah, this one's in.
Yeah, I will.
You just have to click on that, that email there, the whole invite. If you click on the big page, the whole invitation. it
I'm
opens
gonna
up.
move my massage. I strategically plan massages for the day before board meeting. So that I'm all right.
I would
Except you
plan
called in
mine for
sick
after
yesterday.
board
I'm like,
meeting.
but,
That's 1 week after.
okay, so yeah, we'll chat about that, any kind of carpooling or anything that we need to do on that day. So PSB AA highlights, I don't have anything as the rep. I was not able to attend the PSBC meeting in August in Red Deer. So Marie,
I did send out a report.
yeah,
to
it's
you.
attached there, yeah.
Thanks for setting the bar way up here for us guys to go to. We'll conference from now on.
Well, because it was such a good conference.
I know, I
thought
was so
everybody should
sad, I
know.
was missing it, everybody's posting pictures with y'all.
I know, it's really good. I just felt it was something everybody should attend.
Yeah, those PSBC ones, especially like the August one especially, because that's what they, because it was the one that we hosted last August, like they really highlight some of our unique schools
Yeah,
and things that are going on in our smaller areas sometimes, so.
Well, and that other one, too, what was it called again? What's all of their,
Sheldon County.
Oh, kidding, yeah, Sheldon Kennedy, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good, that was a very good tour. That was extremely interesting. It was kind of heartbreaking to hear all that, but
Historia is heartbreaking.
it's an excellent facility and they know what they're doing there.
Any other questions or anything from Marie?
And there was actually bananas growing on that tree.
Very.
They weren't very big.
Red banana, red
There
bananas?
was banana.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're.
They had a
greenhouses are
greenhouse,
crazy.
yeah. That tree was, they could cut a hole in the roof because it was like grown so high, cut a little hole in the roof. They had bananas up there.
Well, awesome, thank you for attending and for the report. And then, yeah, like I said, we don't have, there'll be the fall meeting come up that will come up on our next agenda, probably with dates. Anything from Rural Caucus? I wasn't too sure if anything came up over the summer or not.
No, actually, it's been pretty quiet over the summer. We are getting ready to update our advocacy plan and a few other things. There was a meeting with the minister, and if I talked to Rhonda a little bit before, when we met met with Dan Williams, he had asked for specifics on that, rural sparsity. So I'm gonna get that information and provide it into our others. It seems to be more of a northern thing.
Yeah.
So, it's hard to get that understanding for the other boards who don't live it, so. But it's not lost on rural caucus, they just have a harder time to explain it, so they're just asking for more information. She said she can send to me, pass that on, and then I'll also bring forward to them the things that we're experiencing with Rudder Creek School. And, I know other places are having similar kind of stories. They're working on that as well.
Okay. Awesome, thank you. Okay, we'll move into calendar here. So I have the August calendar. Not too sure, I don't think there's too much going on other, we had a board meeting today and then kickoff is on the 28th with the division. And is that all virtually again this year? The kickoff? Is it all virtual again?
Yes, they'll be operating out of this room.
No, I just doing a.
Right? There's nothing for us to attend.
No, it's just, so we're doing just welcome back, and then there are some sessions for some teachers, but not for all teachers. And I think there's a Green Shield 20-minute presentation for our staff afterwards around supports that are available to them if they need support here, and then they get into racing numerous.
Are you available for a policy meeting Tuesday or Wednesday?
Tuesday, Wednesday next week.
Just before we get off the August
Yeah.
calendar.
I can do Tuesday.
Sure, let's do that then. Let's get this shit out of the way.
Right?
Yeah.
26. Yeah, okay, 26. Yeah, we're good.
What time, just so we can find a room, there's a lot going on. next
Yeah,
week.
no, and we could totally be somewhere, or if it's even easier, we could, like if you guys are full, we can meet somewhere else.
I'm sure we can find.
Because we'll probably do the days, what we
Just-
normally do.
We don't need
Yeah.
just our own computers.
Yeah. I think the virtual education. The open area.
Okay.
Yeah, 9 to 4 would be great, so yeah, I'll add Chris on the invite when I do it, and yeah, we don't need anything big by any means. Just make sure all three of us bring our computers.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
There's I think you can log into there's a TV and I think you can log in there too.
Oh, okay, yeah, either way.
It's easier if you can do that, but it's not necessary.
I think-
Okay, perfect. So then September, so yeah, we're 17th. We have the, well, hopefully first day of school back on the 2nd. And then 17th will be our Permanent Zone 1. And our parade, 18th is our board meeting. And what did we look like here? September 26th.
Manning Aurora.
Oh, it is on there, okay, yeah. I don't think we don't have anything for school council meetings or anything like that yet.
I would like to do that.
Yeah.
It's starting at 10, so, yeah, if we know who's coming, that will just help us in the planning for the second.
10, it says 9.
It just, we were working on it and we needed to get it in the calendar, so we've set the time now in the meeting yesterday. So if the meeting will actually start, or the grand opening ceremony will start at 10.
Right at the school and the gymnasium, I would assume.
Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, the other thing we talked about earlier in the meeting was the importance of identifying some dates for Fairview.
Yeah.
So Rhonda and I were looking at calendars here, and I don't know how this fits with trustees, but either the afternoon of the 9th, afternoon evening of the 9th of September, or afternoon evening of the 10th. And if we did what was proposed, Madam Chair, it could be a right after lunch meeting with the town of Fairview and Northwestern Polytechnic. If we decided we want to bring the principals in on that, we could. Subsequent, we just did a high level meeting. Hey, here's where we are. Are you still committed to partnering with us? Northwestern Polytechnic, are you still on board if we go down the road of having a school on campus, or if not, would you partner with us if it's off campus? And we get that high level piece, subsequent to which we go to a 3:30, 3:15, 3:30 staff meeting in one of the two schools. Invite all staff who can attend to attend. Then there'll be a pause for an evening, something, a meal, and subsequent to which there could be a public meeting for all parents.
Yeah.
And doing it all in one, as we said earlier, it makes a lot of sense on a lot of levels. And it makes it a little more concise. And coming out of that meeting with parents and staff, we have a good sense, or the board has a good sense as to what the appetite is for the school system out there.
With all trustees or just the committee?
So
Are you thinking all in one day? Like,
that's one approach. I mean, it doesn't have to be all in one day. It could be, one day it could be a meeting with the Northwestern Polytechnic and the town, and the next day it could be staff and parents.
that's kind of what I was thinking, just so that we have our options. And then present our options to the staff and the public to get feedback on those.
And that's kind of what I was thinking too, is that the committee would get all the options and stuff, and then all the trustees would be present with like parents.
We could be a little more organized, I think, to make a presentation that's as
Yeah, okay.
I think so. However, if it was one day, I think that's achievable as well, because by and large, we could have the presentation done. We know what the options are. So we could have a presentation done, and then we're going to that higher level meeting with the two other main partners. If anything comes out of that, so for example, if we have the slides decked on and we go and Northwestern Polytechnic says, no, our circumstances change, we're not interested anymore, we'd have to go back and tweak the slides a bit, because that piece is not on the table anymore. So there would be some time, if we had staff available, that while we're meeting with now we know what the partners have said, we're verbalizing the piece, and we can make adjustments on the fly, I think. But having a day is fine. Problem might be, these are 2 days that are good on our calendars, hopefully are good on yours, but may not be good for other parties. So we might have to come back and get other dates as well. So if both dates are available, what we could do is certainly arrange a Tuesday afternoon with partners, community, town and the college, and then the next day, the other piece.
It would be the town and the MD probably.
Yes,
right?
yeah, thank you, yeah.
And
Yeah,
probably-
MD college. I mean, what else?
I think that, I mean, Fairview's no more leaky than any other place, but if you do it all in one day, there's less likely to be anything run downtown to the post office
That's
overnight, right?
That's the advantage to doing it all in one day. You minimize the 16 to 17 stories that are out there, and then people coming to the meeting charged up because I heard this is what you're doing.
Yeah.
You want people to come to the meeting with open minds and thinking versus locking in on something that they heard somebody else say. The downside is, of course, if there is something big coming out of the consultation piece, but the reality is this: we could go to that meeting with staff and just ad lib. You wouldn't even need to have a slide deck if you didn't want to. You say, hey, with our staff, and then we over the summer break we could formalize that a bit more with parents, right?
How does everybody else look for the 9th and 10th of September?
Okay.
As I say, and Lacey texted me in those days, because the only days that did not work for her were the 4th and the 12th. She said other than that, she was pretty open. I'm good the 9th and 10th. Prefer on a Tuesday, but it's right.
This is for all of us.
If we're gonna do it all in one day, then yeah, it would be for everybody.
9th is good for me, 10th not so much.
Yeah, I can definitely make the 9th work. It's just I normally work Tuesday.
We almost, because it's already the 9th and the 10th, we almost have to, when we talk to the MD and the town, is like, choose one of those two because it's happening on one of those days. Another day's not an option.
And in our world, the 10th is slightly better, or is better because the 9th is morning meeting. That means we can get to Fairview, some of us wouldn't get to Fairview until 1 o'clock or something thereafter. So you'd have to do that higher level consultation, be say from 1:15 or 1:30 till 3. And an hour and a half, I think, you'll cover a lot of ground in an hour and a half, I do believe. And 3:30, I guess you'd have to look at exactly when they dismiss, allow staff time to get from one building to the other. We'd have to work with more principals to figure out where the best site is it Fairview High or Oliver?
I don't think you could do that with everything that's going on there. You wouldn't be able to do it much before 4 o'clock, I don't think.
No.
You know, with the bus loops being busy and the cars are coming and going.
So 4 to 5 with staff, and then 5:15, 5:30, and 6:30 or 7 with parents.
Okay, well, if we leave that with you guys to figure out whether it's 9th or the 10th, and then just communicate with us and we'll get her going. Perfect. Anything else that we need to plan for in September? I guess the other thing is do we want to sit down and do that? What were we talking about? The one from the policy there with our,
We talked at one time and we called it, we met once since I've been on the board planning day. And I think with the stuff that's coming up, it wouldn't hurt to have one of those, right? And September might not be a bad month if everybody's not balls to the walls. I know our operations staff are going to be pretty booked up in September, right?
so is there any other day that would work for you guys if we did do a planning day to get our, same thing with our advocacy, get all that stuff going? Because if we end up waiting until after an election and then things are gonna be so far gone, we're never gonna get started on some of that stuff. So if it's already kind of started when the board comes in.
And the other one, Madam Chair, and I don't know the names of this, but the letters to the MLAs regarding the Red Earth Creek School, saying we would like to have a meeting sooner rather than later. So that's likely, hopefully that's in September.
Yeah.
I think it'll just be whoever can attend,
Yeah.
when they're available.
Yeah.
That'll be a priority for most of us, so I'd cancel pretty much anything to go to something like that.
Yeah, I don't think it was matter for all the adults to make it work great. So I think we can easily say the same thing.
Yeah. So I guess, we kind of need to, the MLA stuff, well, whenever they're available, we'll just have to make sure that most of us are available or whatever. But planning a meeting.
So on our end, the 22nd or 23rd could work.
How does that look for everybody else?
And with me,
Yeah, either of them for us.
So we can get something together and get it anyway.
And then was there? Oh, the other thing is, I guess at this one, do we want to pick some days? So we have the October board meeting is the 23rd, right? Okay, so then I'm just wondering, do we want to pick the 2 days for orientation and stuff? I know with other things and other elections, people are posting their days so people know that these are going to be the days they're going to have to be available for if they win.
Election day is the 21st, the meeting is the 22nd, 23rd, so it would make sense to have orientation before we go into a meeting.
Sorry, what?
election's on the
Election day's
20th.
Yeah.
The board meeting and
The
the
20th.
organization meeting are the 23rd.
Okay, sorry, I think I heard you.
Yeah, so the 21st, 22nd, and we have to determine what the orientation looks like. Is it a day, is it 2 days, how are we going to do that?
Well, yeah, and I think that we can kind of work on over the next little bit, but we just wanted to pick some days so that we can advertise that out.
21st, 22nd.
Selfishly. I said selfishly, that works really, really good for me, because if by chance I get on both of them, it doesn't fall on the other stuff.
So the election, so 21st, 22nd, and it could be 2 full days, it could be a day and a half, it could be 1 day, but if we reserve those days.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, and just letting people know that if you win, you need to be ready for the
Be
next
available
3
for
days.
the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, we can always adjust 21st and
Exactly, like exactly, and if we are looking at having 2 half days or whatever, yeah, we can figure that out afterwards. And, cause I know like now we're sitting on a few of them between being a new trustee and then coming in and working with new trustees. I was gonna say, you would actually be another one to sit down and have a good input on what that would look like.
Is that something we want to put on our board planning day in September?
Yeah,
maybe?
absolutely, I think
Add
so.
that to the agenda?
Yeah, we're gonna fill that day.
For doing that.
At that planning day, on the 22nd or the 23rd.
Oh, in line with Emily. Or did I miss something?
We have to
missed
do when the
something.
MLA meeting's
Yeah.
gonna be, but
We were gonna suggest those dates.
Well, yeah, just if those days work, then we could make it a day to do the stuff that David was talking about and because we're not gonna have the MLAs for more than an hour.
No, absolutely.
If we get them for an hour, that's gonna be a lot, so
I must have just-
then we've got that day for the other stuff we could talk about.
Oh, no.
we're just trying to, just trying to pick
Lori.
dates so we make sure we're
I'm
good.
going with that.
When I looked over Lori, you was like this.
Yeah. I think I was thinking about, holy crap, I need to get
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so anything else on calendar then, or I think that kept all the dates that we need now? Okay. And then, as always, if there's anything else that comes up in your wards, and if you need reach out. Okay, so then the next one is our hold. Okay, so 2.3.1 was Lori. Yeah.
I think my biggest questions were kind of on the revenue side. We have some year-to-date percentages here that are pretty low for our revenue. Is that just a timing thing or so like fees?
Fees are always an estimate, and depending how a school structures what they're doing with school generated funds, sometimes they're doing a lot more that is fundraised rather than fees. And with the way that we have to report for Alberta education, some of the fees for transportation and stuff might have been moved into the other revenue so that we can do the financial statements, because they keep changing the reporting requirements. And then the flip side of that, when you look at school generated fund revenue, 251%, that's where a lot of the stuff went, because now Alberta Ed isn't considering it a fee, they're considering it school generated funds transactions.
Is that the same like for other non-governmental Alberta? Is it just a movement of funds, or was there fees we were expecting that didn't come?
No, there's some of that is still timing, and because we will recognize prepaid stuff from last year once we get to our year-end functions for the getting ready for the audit and the year-end. So yeah, some of that's gonna level out. We haven't lost any big contracts. There have been a few adjustments, but we did lose a government contract next year because of the change in AHS and breaking it up into all the different sections. We don't know what's happening with MHCB because that's gonna come up at the end of next year. So with all the restructuring, that's still kind of up in the air, but just one contract for next year is gonna be gone. There's some changes to the funding coming from the Society and Outreach to help with the social worker because of where they can get grants and stuff. So there's some little changes, but nothing that's significant.
So with the AHS restructuring, is there anything that we know now that like would have would change in the funding that they give us for basically PCS? We know, is that what we call it?
We don't know anything. I can't see that we're gonna get any more money.
They're not taking away
Well, we don't get funding for PCS, that we make that work out of our allocation. So,
Isn't it a specific allocation?
No.
Oh.
no, when they took RCSD away and they changed the funding manual, that, $700,000, we make that work out of the grants that we're getting. We do not get funding for that. No.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, so just a glance at this looks like we're pretty much where we expect.
Yeah, we're pretty close, if we look at the difference where we have a bit more of a deficit than expected, that's gonna change when we get through our year-end process. But in reality, the difference that we're over in the deficit is about 0.33% of our total budgeted expenditures. So I think we're pretty darn close.
Yeah. 0.33% of
7 million.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions on this one?
Shall we?
All in favor? 6. Perfect. Alright, so 2.8.4. That was David.
Yeah, Jeff had talked about this earlier, said there was a couple of different interpretations. Maybe I need to hear those before I have my question. I just thought that they addressed it to the wrong person. I'm sure this was not meant for you. I'm sure this is meant for Tension Gord McLeod, Mayor of Fairview. But seriously, it has absolutely nothing to do with the Peace River School Division unless I'm missing.
Yeah.
One shot, I don't know, I just glanced at it. And then- Yeah,
So the first piece there, after careful consideration, we're excited to say we're moving on. So that, when I read that, I said, okay, thank you, we're doing our piece. And then later they say, well, we'd love to explore further opportunities to partner with you. That was sort of the little comeback piece to sort of, yeah. And so the bottom line, when I read it, I thought, okay, they're moving on. And, with all due respect to them, they have a timeline that gotta meet.
absolutely, yeah.
They gotta meet. And however, if other opportunities come up to partner, we will.
Yeah.
And so we had a couple of interpretations on it. I went back and reread and said, yeah, you know what? I can read it, say that they're still willing to partner with us. Then round that a meeting with their counterpart, and it became very clear where they are.
They're
Well,
moving ahead.
when I read that first sentence, we'd love to explore ways we can work together on this project with you, the town. Our division is genuinely hoping that we can find opportunities to partner with the town to build a joint facility, and then you see it, and then later on he says, in our school division and the town, while creating something really special for our students, right? So to me, it's just like, it's really good news. I'm happy.
They're not doing a value scoping, they're going right into.
And you know what? Good for them, right?
Any other discussion on that one?
I'll just say, like, I was golfing with the mayor on Saturday. I don't know if I told you guys this earlier, and just said, how things go. And he says, with the premier. And he said, oh, yeah, it went really good. He said, but like Holy Family is not interested in working with you guys at all. You know that. I says, yeah, I know that. We're not, as far as I'm concerned, we don't need to work with them either. He said, but the town, on the other hand, really wants to work with the public school. That's awesome. Well, I'm good.
You're
Move
good?
for
Move good
information.
for information, all in favor? 6. Okay, and then 2.8.5.
So it's about this Peace River District Chamber of Commerce message they sent. Remember that? So I think it's quite a strong and good letter. Some positive note inside. I think they have some advocacy position they're taking, and they want to intensify that through the ACC. And also the chamber president is being elected for an executive committee, and they're planning some event also in September and December. These are all good things. But when I read this letter, one question comes to my mind is, do we have any practical, any tangible commitment between our division and this Chamber of Commerce that we executed, that we formalized in 2025? Did we do anything in 2025 from our interaction with this Chamber of Commerce? It's just, yeah, I was that.
Okay. So I guess what, like stuff that we do directly with the chamber, or?
Exactly. Did we do anything in 2025 with the Chamber? And that benefited our division?
As I say, it wouldn't be directly. Did we still sponsor that one?
We're a member.
Yeah, we're a member of the chamber. And then, yeah, Marie's the rep.
Is a membership getting us something?
Well, the biggest thing we get from that, Moise, is information as to what's happening within the entire region. Because that's what the chamber is based on. Businesses are coming into town, what new projects are coming within the region or whatever. They facilitate that. They bring in speakers like on the nuclear plant and stuff like that. And it all is going on. And other different businesses and things that are coming into your community. So that's the biggest thing they do for you is share information.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, our membership grants us access to information, and eventually we use that information for
Well, for you to plan, like, I mean, us as
planning.
schools, we're in charge of schools, so if you're gonna have a nuclear plant come in, we better be working on planning on what our students' kids would be coming in with all that, you know? So it gives you an opportunity to know ahead of time, what things will be happening within your community and how you maybe should work towards that.
And networking too, like
Yeah,
you can talk
networking.
with a bunch of different people at those chamber meetings.
So we're talking about provincial advocacy, meaning they'll go to a provincial level to advocate for something. Is there we have any input to those provincial advocacy that we?
If there would be a will for it, we can bring it up and it's something that can get added. So I also sit as a chamber member, like I'm a board member of the chamber. So if there was something that we felt, Marie could either send it to an email to me and then I can bring it to the board table with the chamber and say like, this is something that we want some advocacy on or something like that. Cause I know we have brought it up with, same with the health, what is it called? The RPAP. So sitting there too, like, just because we speak to a lot of the same people. So if we're gonna go, like, what's some advocacy that we can maybe help on the business side of things, but something that they could help us on the education side of things, right? So one thing that is talked about already is school funding. So that is something that they do talk about there, stating about how we are the lowest province in Alberta that we have the lowest funding in Canada per student. So that is something that they have already discussed there as well. Something about like same thing with the medical professionals, stuff like that. That gets talked about there, and then it says about like we need supports for these students. So like there is a lot of interaction between the two, but if there is a particular topic, Marie's the rep. So if we discuss that, the rep can send an email to either the president or any of the council members or directors, and it can be discussed for sure. There was one thing, sorry, I was just gonna put in, it was a little kind of a yay note. So the town had done a secret shopper this summer, and so they brought somebody in, I can't remember where he's from, but he's been all over the world and goes to all different places, and he comes in as a first-time person and just roams your town for a week. And then comes back, so then they did a big dinner meeting, and we went there, so it was hired by the town, we went there, I was there as a chamber member, and they discussed about what is going well in your town, what is not going well in your town, all this and that. And one thing that they had a big picture of and talked about was our Peace High sign that at the bottom of the hill that says it's worth the climb. He said, this is fantastic. And he said, he goes, this is exactly what you need to see in these small towns, because exactly, you come in and you don't see that high school unless you're coming across the bridge or you're going there, right? So he said, like, this kind of needs to be redone. It's an old sign. But yeah, he did comment on that. And one of the things he commented on was, and he said it about all the schools in Peace River, not just our schools, but he said all the schools look very well maintained. and very clean and whatever. He said the playground equipment looked really nice and fairly new. So we did get a little bit of praise from the school divisions from there, saying about how welcoming our schools looked and how neat and tidy they looked from the outside. He didn't, like, it was summertime, so like he saw everything in them, but it was something I wanted to bring up here, that they did make a comment about our schools.
And every spring they put on the trade show down at the Baytech Center, and you can purchase Baytech Center, so.
Yeah, we do it at the Baytech Center.
And you can put a booth in there or whatever and promote the school division has.
Yeah, we did for years, and then we weren't getting a lot of feedback from it, so because it's a lot of money and it's a lot to
Yeah, I
organize.
think it's about $400 or something.
It's like 9.
Oh, is
Yeah,
it?
oh yeah, because I don't even do it anymore because it's too
What's the
expensive.
other side?
And then also same with the job fairs, the Chamber of Commerce puts on the job fair that's down at Fire.
Three of us open.
And they reach out to all of the high schools too, so that they can send students to it and any of the businesses.
So we wouldn't forget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's lots that I think we need to utilize it a little bit more, but I think there's a lot of opportunity there to mingle with and be able to use the same resources. Like I said, we're going to a lot of the same, talking to a lot of the same ministers and different government officials, that it doesn't hurt to put a plug in for our community and our business wise if they're doing the same thing for their schools and their community.
I think it's excellent that Lane got put
Oh,
into the Alberta top of the organization.
Well, like you said, John will be there for 5 years and he'll eventually serve as president of the Alberta.
So that's a big promotion.
Yeah, well, and we won
Yeah,
our
and
award
for
this year
future.
too, so that was nice.
Good. Well, sounds good.
Okay, is that good?
Thank you.
Okay, you wanna move for information?
I will move it.
Oh, sorry.
One
Yeah.
liner that, former superintendent Paul had, we're in the business of education. That's how he wrapped it up to summarize why Chamber can be out in alignment. as we operate as a business.
Yeah, we are a corporation.
Sorry?
I'm not sure if this is related to this, okay, Chamber of Commerce, but it's something I remember now on my last exercise meeting, they came up, like the nuclear plant came up, like the possibility of it. And they were just wondering, like, as this moves forward and when it becomes reality, if the school board could really put out the opportunities, like what kids would need to go for in order to have jobs there, and like especially in communities like Ottawa College and university is not doesn't widely attend, that they could really promote the job opportunities and all the things that might come with this, as or like even for my kids now being in high school, that it's thinking.
It did get brought up, because I know
Yeah.
Marie had asked a couple questions at one of the meetings about like, what does this mean for schools and how are we gonna, and exactly, and they said this company that they're talking with, like Alberta Energy, they are very much about education. And so that's what they said, they're like, anytime, like, we wanna hire local as much as we can. We wanna move people to your communities, we wanna support your communities and your schools and your students. So that was something that they said that once things get going and whatever, they will be looking at getting into our high schools to communicate what they need and what they're looking for jobs. So that they are very well aware of that. It's just, we're in our waiting process.
Okay, it's just good to know.
Danielle Smith had also spoken to Northern Lakes College at a meeting that it was on. And she talked to her about making sure that they had a power engineering course set up prior to this all